We are live. Hello, everyone. You could be watching from just about anywhere in the world, as this is either as a rerun, you could be watching this in the chat, or all over the place, especially here in the United States. I'll be talking about some Halloween things and some spooky stuff, as we usually do, and I'll be switching the screens now. Alright, and hello Mary Toodles, glad to see you in chat as always. Oh yes, and I'm about to put the chat up here. Alright, so basically we have this, we're going to talk about some Halloween movies and some Halloween stuff in general, and ghouls and different things and stuff with the news. And yeah, shout out to you Mary, glad that you're here. And also, I will be starting the game shortly while we have people come in, and if they do or don't, we'll still continue with the show, of course, and they could watch the rerun. Yeah, we'll be playing the pirate game, Mary. So I hope everybody is having or had a great week, and people have a good weekend. And also, I am very, I have some things I'm doing this weekend. I've been doing stuff in my garden, and I like the Halloween season. It's all very cool. And I'm going to go. Alright. Okay. Yeah, Countdown Mary, yes. Countdown the Halloween Mary. That's fun. Halloween's always a fun season. Okay. And be getting the game out. Okay, and we'll go to the server. We're here. Let's go to that one. And I'm going to go and switch over to the gaming. And we're going to switch this. Finding the pirate. Alright. So this is a cool thing that they've done with the game. It has to do with the Halloween season. That's why they have that here. Okay. Here we go. Alright. Yeah, so we're going through Tortuga. I was playing this game earlier, and I landed on the island. I landed on some islands that have some new outfits in the Caribbean because of the Halloween season. And here we have some chickens. Alright, that's my sword. I have a couple different swords that have different characteristics and things like that. Because, I have many swords. As y'all that have seen this, on here, see me play it. So those that are listening or watching the replay, the news basically is like with Israel. It's a very dark situation. We have both sides that are in conflict with each other, and prayers out to them. And multiple countries are firing rockets into the area. And there was also a Walmart in Florida where they had some vulgar person there, and he ran from the police, and they had to fight him, and they arrested him. The person lied about their name, and he's on many different charges and had a history of fighting with the police. So that was something interesting that I saw. And I'll talk about the different horror movies that were out there that in cinema and stuff. And yeah, Mary Tootle says the pirates are always ready for Halloween, like me. Yes, yeah, we like Halloween, Mary. Yeah, more to cool Toodles. Oh yeah, I like that. I like that. Yeah, and we have the peddler. This is a peddler in the game. Him and I are wearing the same hat, as you can see. I'll flip the thing around. See, him and I are wearing the same kind of hat. Alright, and like, say over here. Well, okay, it worked. Catalog. They have military commander that in October 1st they have some more darker imagery. Like, I've gotten some of these clothes before, so that's, these Halloween shirts and things. Yeah, and I've gotten all kinds of clothes. Remember back around 2019 or so, 2020, like around when the pandemic started, I remember I would play this game on the old computer, and I used to go and I would eat a beer from like a New Orleans beer and some crawfish. It was fun, but of course it's kind of hard to eat crawfish and play the game on a white keyboard. And I used to buy a bunch of clothes like on here, like these catalogs, and I wear just some. I haven't done it in a while. I have enough clothes to wear. And yes, it's the Red Baron, but I think these styles are really cool to have, like that one, the black armor. Yeah, these are some cool. I like these colors. The one I'm wearing is like Caribbean type colors because I like that. Like, which I'll show y'all what I'm wearing in a moment. Yeah, Mary, I saw it today because they have like a cops channel. It's basically like on YouTube, and it was a black police officer arresting another black person, a black lady, and he kept on saying he wanted water, and he kept on trying to fight them, and he's being very manipulative. And then you have the barony. This is like the royalty and stuff, or the barons. They used to wear this stuff back in the day. That's like the jacket I have in the game. Yeah, they went in depth with this game. I'm wearing something like this. I'm wearing that shirt in the game. And I'm wearing, some of this stuff. I just kind of have like a Chex Mix of different clothes from the game. Alright, and then we have... That is the Halloween stuff. I like the black. I like the gothic colors. It's really cool. Alright. And I'm loading the ship. Bring me to that horizon, I think it's what Jack Sparrow said. So we're gonna come about. Yeah, so here we go. I'm about to go and ram into this ship. Not that one, the one way up there in the horizon. It's so cool. That looks like the sky. It looks like an Apple wallpaper. pretty cool. Alright, so now I'm going to go this way, and I completely missed. Alright, that didn't go the way I thought it would. Well, that's good. Bubbles is standing and watching the pirate game. Shout out to Bubbles. Alright. Here we go. I got the treasure. Yeah, that looks like an Apple wallpaper from like the 2011 and like before that. Like that sky. That's like how they had their wallpapers. It's really cool. Yeah, people running away from police. It's so silly. It's so goofy that people do that. They're really ignorant. As I said, a lot of this is from Blackbeard. It's inspired by Blackbeard. And that one just appeared out of nowhere. Alright. Yeah, it's an ogre ship. Like Shrek. They fired in the wrong direction. It's funny. I'm going to be surrounded. This is going to be interesting. Alright, I'm out of that because now I have 3 of them after me. And I'll get all of them. I got, yeah, I see, I sunk them. I sunk them. Now I'm going to go and fire in just a moment. There we go. Hit both of them. I'm going to go drift this way and get them from the back end. Looks like they're firing at nothing. So like what we do in this stream, like a version or looking at it, you know, or wondering what's going on, if you have, or you're not aware, this is what we do in the beginning part. I think it's, you know, nice, and I like seeing the ocean and stuff. It's really cool. Yeah, because ogre, yeah, I thought of Shrek too, Mary. You see, like with an ogre, you know, it's a mythological creature from like the, you know, it's like a cryptid. We talk about it in the channel. Alright, we got another treasure chest. Awesome. Alright, there we go. Hey, Rebel. Welcome, sir. Glad to have you here. I'll be getting into some things, and for now I'm playing the game and I just sunk a bunch of ships in the game, and we're talking about the ogre cryptid because one of the ships was called an ogre. I hope you're having a nice day and hope you have a good weekend. Yeah, that ship's almost gone. Alright. So, yeah, so basically, like I was talking about earlier, in Florida, there is a police incident at some point where, as I saw on YouTube, this channel that deals with, like, crime, like, it's like Cops, the show Cops, and how they arrested this guy that was doing something vulgar in a Walmart, and he was arrested and he kept fighting the police. And the guy had a record and he lied about his name. There was something else I watched recently with some cops on YouTube, how they were trying to they were detaining a woman for like robbing from a Target basically, but by doing not fraudulent things, but just fraud in general. And it's like then she asked the police how their day was, and he was like he just had to chase somebody, and then later, you know, he had to chase her, and he was like, "Are you kidding me?" And I just wish, people would just not, do things like that and commit criminal activity. It would be really nice. And also, with in the country, the markets and stuff are going down because of the war and the interest rates. The interest getting hiked up. And also, I think that it's good that, we were talking, like Rebel was talking about like Mark Dice with the gold coin, and no one really understood that the gold coin's worth more than $10. Like, the silver and gold is going up, obviously, because it always had value to it, and the dollar doesn't really have much value to it. It's dying out. So that's some new stuff. What's going on with the country and the Israel war? There's a million things going on, and with the conflict over there, and multiple countries like shot into Israel, and there's a lot of stuff going on with that. And it's also good to focus on this country too. So yeah, so basically something we'll talk about, I'm going to talk about the fandom with some of these movies, these classic horror movies, which has to do with our Halloween special that we do. And I'll get into some of the voodoo stuff and the paranormal stuff and the dangers of that, and Haitian things. We have a variety of different things. It's just I could only put so many things in the title. Yeah. And I'm going to talk about Ghouls. Also, we'll talk about that. Drink some water. Okay, here we go. Yeah, so, and I think, like, with because when they have these fandoms, it's like a fan fiction, like, they'll go deeper into the characters. I'll massacre that one, and they'll talk about, like, that family and its history, and that's pretty cool. We'll get into that, and ghouls and what they are, and things. And also I'll go and like look at the title to keep track of the different things we'll talk about. And I'm gonna blow this thing up. Yeah, I did show you that, Mary. Nice videos. Yeah, from Mark Dice. Like, you'll ask people in California, like, what country did we break off of? And it's like America, but they say Africa, or Australia, or or something stupid. It's a phenomena. Now, there's people in California that are pretty cool and they're patriots, but there's people over there that have problems. Yeah. Yeah, Patrick Starr, the water bottle. Yeah. I'm gonna go and get this little tiny one right here. Yeah, so basically, as I said before in previous ones, that with yeah, Mark Dice is funny. Yeah, he's pretty cool. Shout out to him. And also have this right here. We're gonna go in and charge it. Well, got that one the first hit. Right. Yeah, voodoo started in Africa, and during the slave trade, it got brought to the Americas. And people in Haiti and the Caribbean still practice it. Like in this game, they'll talk about voodoo and different things like that. And a lot of let's see, get this right here. I'm about to hit a ship. That's funny, Mary. Yeah, so that's the Sea Viper, and we're talking before about the let's see. Pressed the wrong button. I got distracted for a second. But all right, that's good. Well, I guess it wasn't meant to go to that ship. So we're talking about Blackbeard before. All right, so well, as I was saying, we're talking about Blackbeard. Like on the last stream, Stranded brought that up, and he had a sloop ship, which is not like this one, but it's one of those the little smaller ones. And this is what this game and stuff was based off of, those kind of things from that time period. Sunk that ship right down, and my face is blue. And yeah, so basically, so basically, as I was saying, so and Blackbeard and the pirates have to do with Halloween too, because they're into the magic and stuff. And I remember with, let's see, with all that stuff, it's all interconnected. And these stories and things in the movies are based off of real things. So you see this ship, this Greyhound, that's the kind of ship that Blackbeard started out with. All right. Mark Dice does have a YouTube channel. You can just look him up on YouTube and you'll find him, Mary. All right. Thanks, Mary. Glad you like the Black Hearts. Yeah, so people, it's like I got some of the ships, more ships in the game. And chat, y'all could say what is your favorite Halloween like horror movie? Not the Halloween series, but just like a classic horror movie you liked. I like, although I was just thinking, I like, although it's not like a Halloween movie, I think the Terminator was pretty cool, and we've talked about like Stockton Rush and James Cameron, and that was that was really cool. Like that movie James Cameron did, I liked it. All right, I got another bar on my pirate flag because I got some enemies. Yes, Mary, Mark Dice is political. Jason Lives. Yeah, that's a good one. I will say something about the Texas Chainsaw Massacre, the abstractness about it, and it's like really artistically done. I know it's like people don't always understand it. It was very artistically done for its time, and I appreciate that. And I am very familiar with the Halloween movies. Like I like the one where he'll go and basically, well, yeah, I got a little bit for a second. I was looking at something. Yeah, so basically with the movie, I was watching a Michael Myers movie where they explain like the how the origins of it. Michael Myers, he was we got okay. So Michael Myers, he was. It has to do with like the stuff from King Arthur, kind of like that era. The people there, the pirates, not the pirates, the Durids. They were into this. Some groups were into dark magic, into these occultic things. So that's how he got that from an ancestor he had. So to save the whole tribe, they would go and kill one of their somebody from the tribe in the Celtic areas. So like the Welsh people, the Irish and Scottish. So Michael Myers was killed. He would the person from the ancient times would kill the whole tribe to kill his family to save the whole tribe. And so then we have this situation where it was passed on to him. And when it was passed on to him, he went and killed the family, like in the Michael Myers movie, and it has to do with the ancient Celtic people, like the Welsh and stuff, the Druids, and they show that in one of the movies, and these people wearing these costumes and stuff. I thought that was very interesting. And yeah, Jason's very good. Yeah, I don't know, I haven't seen too many Jason movies, but I've seen them though. I think they're very cool. Those are very cool also. Oh yeah, Freddy, that was an interesting one. I remember I saw the Freddy one in Nightmare on Elm Street. Yeah. That one was really a trip. That was a trip. Hola Latina. Welcome. We were talking about a variety of different things. We're talking about the movies. Because it's able to get the enemies very quickly. Because some of the swords, like they'll heal you, this one is very good at getting the enemy quicker. I think it's working quite well on this island. Oh, I got a treasure chest. Awesome. Alright. And this is a beach. You know, I do like the movies when they combine different characters. Like those horror movies with them fighting each other. I thought that was really cool. And tomorrow, hopefully, or the next day or something, I have this new, like a scary story coming out. Those that watch that, and watch the, that's what I was working on last night. Well, yesterday, I was seeing some family. I mean, I was talking to friends and family, and I had to work on one of the new videos that are coming out. This wasp is stinging me, but I got him. Yeah, this sword works really good. Really good. And in a little bit, soon, I'll talk about the ghouls. Look at this nutcase. Oh, this character is called Scary Mary. That's funny. Yeah, shout out to Halloween. Oh, I'm being attacked by both of them. Alright, we're gonna sweep. There we go. I'm getting them now. With my mighty powers. Yeah, this sword works really well. You know, in different mythologies across the world, they'll talk about ghouls. And even in Arabia, they have ghouls, they call them jinn. Like a genie, you rub the bottle and a genie comes out. They have that too. These paranormal things. Oh, glad I saved myself. There's a little grenade I'm throwing at them. Let's see. Alright, here we go. I'm gonna go and get him. we got that one. This sword works very well. I like it. Because I have this sword in my stash of swords and weapons, and yeah, I was going to try it out, and it's working well. And this time period is when, like, the pistol was used. The predecessor of the Glock. You know, eventually. It would turn into different things, but the little flintlock pistol. You put some powder, and you put something, and it ignites. And you put the little thing in there. It's like doing a firework or something. Yeah, Alien, Scary, Mary, Glamorous. If so, I'll take the name. Yeah. Yeah, you could be Scary Mary. Okay. Alright, here we go. I was checking something. Going backwards, and you go forward. I may have not been in this one as often, in this area. It's a scary wasp. Oh, that's their nest. Right there. That's very interesting. You know, down here, I know they're everywhere, but down here we have a lot of weird, bugs and wasps and things. Well, there's a whole swarm of them. And of course, in this game, it's exaggerated what it really is. Yes, this is their nest. Scared. There's a whole bunch of these wasps everywhere. Yeah. And these Venus flytrap looking things. I think the Venus flytrap is a very interesting bug. I mean, plant. Because the Venus flytrap, I had one when I was little. And the Venus flytrap, like, you'll put a bug in it and it, like, eats it. It's like a human. And yeah, Mary, you heard scared. Yeah. So, here we go. Going to high seas. Kind of blurry. Alright, there we go. Went to this island. I'm going to repair the ship as usual. Yeah, another thing I figured out is with the corn. There's a type of corn to grow that is like gargantuan. And that's the one I'm going to grow next season because it's like those big stalks you see. It's a certain variant. The one I was growing, it's fine. I like it, but it's a little bit of a smaller variant. Looks like somebody's on the ship already. Where are they at? Let's put this dude in the crew. Yeah, my dude's up in here. We're gonna go and do some. Let's go blow up some ships. Oh yeah, Mary, that was a really cool one. That play about the fly traps. Yeah, that was very cool. And SE told me he was not going to be here. He has to do some things, and he'll catch us in the next one. Yeah, Mary, do you remember that play about some kind of Venus flytrap eating people? Yeah, I was thinking like I was gonna go to the shore, but we got one of my buddies came in here, and we're about to go bomb some ships. Yeah. Raining fire upon them. Yeah, King's Head. See, that ship I'm fighting is similar to one of Blackbeard's ships. Alright. Want to do some ship right here. We're going to go and get this. Yeah, Latina, I wasn't aware that there's a plant that eats rats. That's really cool. Yeah, Little Shop Horrors. That was a really big. Yeah, that was an interesting thing. Yeah, facts, 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 facts. Now we're gonna sink all these ships down here. So to tell everybody what's going on, one of my friends came aboard, and I'm getting more people that want to come in to the ship, and about to sink some ships. Well, nuke them. Want to thank all of you for coming, being here. I will. We're gonna have interesting talk about more, Halloween things, and as I said before. And so now, I'm going to go ram into this other ship right here. Nice. Oh yeah. Here we go. Relating to this thing to reload. I don't want to confuse my dude. So I'm going to go on the other side where I'm consistently at. And he can go and get. So now I'm in the bayou, yeah. We have a lot of swamp creatures in New Orleans. go and sink him. I missed. You get it together. I got it that time. Alright, good. Oh, that's good that Bubbles is still there. That's good. Nice. We're getting good crew bonuses. That's great. We got a pouch, and the Queen Anne's Revenge is sailing right now, so that's Blackbeard's ship. It's sailing. Ooh. Knockout. Okay. Alright, Rebel. That's cool. Yeah. I like musicals. I like those kind of things. I remember I liked this movie about this play I saw something about recently. Somebody was talking about it as a joke. And well, Latina, I will go and I'll look that up later. I'll be glad to look it up later while we're on the stream. All right. And also, here we go. We're going to go here and the Cats play, the one about the cats. Ooh, this is nice. We're all over the place. It's nice doing this with your friends. Yeah, the Cats play. I remember when I was little, and I had the VHS. They got him. Okay. Awesome. I didn't know those went down. I thought those were just ships to hijack. I like how, you can sync both of these things at the same time, and let's see. I'm going to go and over here because I want to go and get some more ships, sunken ships first. I'm going to sink some more ships before we go there. I don't want to anchor. I want to go and go here. Or to go there. That's so cool, like you could shoot cannons from both sides. I know ships are so interesting. I always like ships. Alright, so yeah, that's my thing right now in the game. I'm going and just sinking the ships. I'm not boarding them right now because you can go and hijack the ships and fight the people on board. We've done that before. It's good to have a group of people and people that are strong in the. It's called voodoo in the game, actually, ironically, to do it. we go. Just left and right getting ships. Because so in the game, there's all these ships everywhere in the Caribbean, and my friend and I were just sinking all of them. It's like a factory. And it's interesting to see the history about how these ships worked in the past. Alright, so me and the team are doing pretty good. We're doing pretty good in the game. Hood mouse traps. Yeah, we need that here. Alright, we got the scary skull bones. Okay, and we're going to go this way. There's a bounty hunter somewhere. Okay. Autocorrect's annoying. Ooh, ship's brave. About to get nuked. I remember one time, like, in this game, somebody just, like, sunk us for no reason. We got everybody firing at us, chat. Got everybody here. Let's see. Yeah, autocorrect's annoying. Yeah, it's very annoying. Let's see. Dodging left and right. Alright, here we go. Going over here. See, I'm getting the bounty hunter. So I'm in the situation where the bounty hunters are after me. And he's asking me about the ship being slow. It's like, I don't know what he's getting at. It's like, he probably wants me to go on his ship. Like, I'm going slow because, as you can see, I'm being attacked by everybody. From all different angles. That's hysterical. The ship's angry. I'm sinking it. I don't even know what my crew is doing exactly. I'm just kind of taking the wheel here. He's trying to still ram me, and he can't get me. He can't touch this. My dude, SE, in the chat. Thanks for coming. I didn't think you were going to come. Now we're going to go dock. They want to land, okay. Alright, we landed. Yeah, I'm Cat the Bounty Hunter instead of Dog the Bounty Hunter. I'm Cat the Bounty Hunter. Yeah, I'm telling the crew, the dude, that we're talking on this island right now. We just landed. I got a couple thousand in gold in the game, and and we're just kind of communicating about what we're doing. So yeah, so I got, because he's asking if I got all the ships I wanted. I was just doing it for fun. He seemed like he wanted to go into the shore. He wanted the land. He probably didn't want to lose everything. So as I said, I think it's really going to go dance around right now. All right. Yeah. So basically, in the game, he wanted to go to the shore. We had enough treasure. I understand people don't want to go and lose everything, so shout out to him. Yeah, he did a good job. I always congratulate my crew in the game or the crew on the spaceship on YouTube. It's always good to do that with people. And I'm glad you're here, SC. It's raining, yeah. I'm sure the cold front's gonna come down here too, from up there. Yeah, cause I'm glad you're here, man. It's gonna be very interesting. SC, I'm actually a stacker. I stack precious metals, so I would choose the 1 ounce of gold. That's in my heritage on both sides. They were stackers, and I'm into it because I'm into it, and I so yeah, I love gold and silver. And I think, as I said, I don't want to say gold isn't valuable because it's very valuable. But I want to say that silver is also very valuable too, and I think silver is undervalued in my opinion. Yeah, my friend Samuel, he was telling me, like, hey, yo, he was glad he could help me, and we went and bombed the ships and got treasure. It was pretty cool. Yeah, I like, as I said, like I like collecting coins and stuff, and I think it's good to have gold and silver because you can put it in something tangible. It's not like, you know, controlled by the feds. Yeah, yeah, SC. I saw what Mark was saying about that. I've seen that video before, like a long time ago. I remember when that was posted because I watched Mark Dice not recently, but I watch him here and there, and I've watched him throughout time, and yeah, he was saying about how like the gold and the cash, and yeah, it just shows you how dumb they are over there. I remember that. Latina, I've not heard about the random stairs in the woods. Yeah, this is like Harry Potter type stuff right here. This is a very spooky place at Raven's Cove. They have all these like demonic apparitions and ghouls around, and why is he blurry? Darn it, I don't know why. I don't know if this thing had something on it. I don't know. We're just getting out of. It's probably out of focus. Yeah, see that thing? That's some demon ghoul thing, and like I'll show you like right now how fast it kills me. Well, first I want to see what skills I acquired with the ship. Anything unlocked? Let's see, sailing. You collect these things and upgrade your ship. All right. Okay. Here you go. So I'll show you this. Like I'm gonna go over here and I'll take this sword and I'm gonna go charge at it. Look how fast it killed me. And that's some that's an evil Karen. And yeah, I'm kind of like he's like, hey, look at my dude. He got himself in a situation. Look at my dude. He's healing me. Alright. Hopefully that went through. Alright. Yeah, so... Yeah, the dude was telling me about how the ghosts, they're no joke. And I'm telling him I was just showing y'all, like, what happens. I said evil Karen. You know, I love, like, finances and stuff. And yeah, I'll say, like, with the markets and stuff are down, that the everything's going downhill. And also, all right. So now what I will do, yeah, he was saying that he was going to go and get out of my hair because he was like, you know, because I told him I was on a live chat, but I didn't mind him there. It was okay. And he was like, oh, he was going to get out my hair. I'm like, it's all right. You know, yeah, it's all good. I'm gonna go tell him, you know, that I'm about to go. I'm about to be going soon to show y'all something, and thanks. All right, we're about to talk about ghouls and like different things. As I said, there's just so many things. There's so many things that I can't put everything in the title. All right, so I'm gonna go to the topic about ghouls. All right, here we go. Yeah, he said take care, and the guy that I was playing with in the game, told everybody hello. One of my friends. All right. So we're gonna go to this other window. Okay. Okay, we're gonna go here. Go to this other window. Other displays. No, that's not. I don't even know what that is. What that was for. Maybe that's what it was originally supposed to be. Yeah, that was probably the original window. It was actually ghouls. Alright, chat, here we go. You're about to learn about some ghouls. Okay, who are you talking to? So, Mary, I have friends in the Pirates of the Caribbean game, and one of them was just coming over to help me out, and I was telling him I had to go to do some things, and I was showing y'all what happens when you attack a Karen ghost, and I died instantly, and he came out of nowhere and helped me. So I'm thankful for him, and he said he would get out my hair, and I didn't mind him there, though. He just felt like it was best to go, but I was going to tell him I was going to go offline anyway, but that dude's cool. I met a lot of people when I was doing my own ships. I was, like, doing things with ships. I was, like, blowing up ships, and I got crew members, and I made friends. That's what happened. And also, here we go. So, here we go. Alright, so on this channel we talk about a variety of different things, and especially we talk about the situations with paranormal stuff, and with this Halloween special we are going to talk about various things with ghouls, and we'll talk about financial things too, and whatever else, news and whatnot, because it's about news. So right now I'm going to get into the ghoul. So, a ghoul from Arabic, ghoul, is a demon-like being, or monstrous humanoid. The concept originated in pre-Islamic Arabian religion, associated with graveyards and the consumption of human flesh. Modern fiction often uses the term to label a certain kind of monster. By extension, the word ghoul is also used in a derogatory sense to refer to a person who delights in the macabre, or whose occupation directly involves death, such as gravedigger or grave robber. So in a way, I'm a ghoul because I dig some graves for pets and stuff. Trigger warning. And also, basically, we have the etymology of the ghoul. Ghoul is Arabic. Ghoul, from Gala, to to seize. In Arabic, the term is also sometimes used to describe a greedy or gluttonous individual. The term was first used in English literature in 1786 in William Beckford's Orientalist novel Vathek. I've not heard that word. Vathek, right. Which describes the ghoul of Arabic folklore. This definition of ghoul has persisted until modern times, with ghouls appearing in popular culture. Uh-oh. And also, ghouls are a succubus. Some state that a ghoul is a desert-dwelling, shape-shifting demon that can assume the guise of an animal, especially a hyena. It lures unwary people into the desert, wastes or abandoned places to slay and devour them. The creature also preys on young children. Drinks blood, steals coins. We were just talking about coins, so that's synchronicity right there. And eats the dead, then taking the form of a person most recently eaten. One of the narratives identified a ghoul named Ghule Biaban, a particularly also we have, right, especially hyenas. And has it improved? Do you all still hear me or not? Let me know, thank you. So this is very interesting about the ghouls, how they are. I think that it's very, these creatures are very creepy. And okay, Rebel, thank you. Thank you, Rebel. So it's very creepy what was going on with these creatures, and it comes from the Far East, like I was talking about the jinn, the genie. And also, basically, it comes from these Far Eastern countries, and it was these kind of cryptids, these fallen angels, these aliens, the same thing, we think, that this is one of the variants. So the ghoul is in this Arabian culture. So, basically, the Al-Dimashqi describes the ghoul as a cave-dwelling animals who only leave at night and avoid the light of the sun. They would eat both humans as well as animals. So basically, that's very creepy. Like, they're cave-dwelling, and they're in graveyards and different places, and they go and feast on the people. And yeah, that's very morbid. And I think it's also fascinating because I'm into these darker topics and things. So, yeah, that's very cool. It was not until Antony, Golland translated 1001 Nights. So 1001 Nights is like about these two Arabian princes that I think they had some marriage issues and they went on this like journey together. And they translated it into the French that the Western concept of ghouls was introduced to European society. So I didn't know that originated from the Far East. I knew that like with the genie and stuff it did, but I really am learning more about it now. So the Golland depicted the ghoul as a monstrous creature that dwelled in cemeteries and feasted upon the corpses. So it's like a grave robber. It's like it goes into the graves, it does things to people in caves, and then it was from Arabia and it was brought over to Europe. So Islam, ghoul. So in the Islamic religion, the ghoul is not mentioned in the Quran, but in the Hadith. While some consider the ghoul to be a type of jinn, like I just said, it's like a type of jinn, or at least it reminds me of the jinn. Other exegetes of the Quran conjunction whence had access to heaven, and they were eavesdropped and returned to earth to pass hidden knowledge to the soothsayers. When Jesus was born, the three heavenly... Now this is from the Islamic, in their religion they believe these things. 3 heavenly spheres were forbidden to them. With the arrival of Muhammad, the other 4 were forbidden. The myriad among the shaitan continued to rise to the heavens, but were burned by the comets. Like, they believe that the stars and stuff are missiles that is used to shoot at the demons. If these comets didn't burn to death, They were deformed and driven to insanity. They fell to the desert and were doomed to roam the earth as ghouls. So that is their interpretation of ghouls from their faith. In one hadith, it is said lonely travelers can escape a ghoul's attack by repeating the adhan, the call to prayer, which is when they say Allahu Akbar, when reciting the throne verses. So, like, they have videos on YouTube of people going into abandoned places in Arabia and encountering these, like, cloaked figures and these paranormal figures that could be people or witches or ghouls, and they recite their prayers and to rebuke the devil, the demons, like we would in Christianity. A ghoul is contrast to a devil might decide to convert to Islam. So they think that the trying to get the demon thing to convert to Islam. Right. The ghoul could appear in a male and female shape, but usually appears female to lure on male travelers to devour them. Al-Masudi reports that on his journey to Syria, Umar slew a ghoul with his sword. According to history, prophets and kings, the rebellious Maratadahum, among the devils and the ghouls, have been chased away to the desert and mountains and the valleys a long time. And other Muslim scholars like Abi al-Sheikh describes the ghoul as a kind of female jinn that was able to change its shapes to appear to travelers in the wilderness to delude and harm. So now we're going to go into the ancient Mesopotamian traditions about them. In ancient Mesopotamia, there was a monster called the Galu that could be regarded as one of the origins of the Arabic ghoul. Was an Akkadian, not Akkadian like Acadia from France. This is, and I'm probably pronouncing it wrong, the Akkadian demon. So this is from like Mesopotamia, the Far East. It's an ancient civilization from the Far East. The demon of the underworld, responsible for the abduction of vegetarian god Damuzid, the realm of death. Thanks, Mary. The word ghoul entered the English tradition and was further identified as a grave-robbing creature that feeds on dead bodies and children. In the West, ghouls have no specific shape and have been described by Edgar Allan Poe as neither a man nor a woman, neither brute nor human. Edgar Allan Poe, shout out to him. He is a brilliant writer that wrote things about the dark, like Gothic literature in America. And Vincent Price did a lot of movies about him. And I will say, close to my favorite movies, the Vincent Price ones have to be in my top, especially the Edgar Allan Poe ones. Those are very well done. In Pickman's Model, a short story by H.P. Lovecraft, ghouls are members of a subterranean race. Their diet of dead human flesh mutated them into bestial humanoids able to carry on intelligent conversations with living. The story has ghouls set underground with ghoul tunnels. that connect ancient human ruins with deep underworlds. Lovecraft hints that ghouls emerge in subway tunnels to feed on train wrecks' victims. Lovecraft's vision of ghoul, shared by associated authors Clark Ashton Smith and Robert E. Howard, has heavily influenced the collective idea of the ghoul in American culture. Ghouls, as described by Lovecraft, are dog-faced, hideous creatures, but not necessarily malicious, though their primary, perhaps only food source is human flesh. They do not seek out or hunt living people. They are able to travel back and forth through the wall of sleep. This demonstrated in Lovecraft's The Dream Quest of the Unknown Kadath, which is Randolph character, Carter encounters the dream world Pickman after his complete transition into a mature ghoul. Ghouls in his vein are also challengings in the traditional way. The ghoul parent abducts a human infant and replaces it with one of its own. Ghouls appear entirely human as children but begin to take on ghoulish appearance as they age past adulthood. The fate of the replaced human children is not entirely clear, but Pikmin's a really cool game to play. My buddy that I just talk about aliens with, we would play Pikmin. It's like these little like radish creatures, and you throw them at little monsters in a garden in the game. It's for like GameCube or Wii, and it's really cool. Pikmin's a cool game. Offers a clue in the form of painting depicting mature ghouls as they encourage human child while it cannibalizes a corpse, which is gory. Thank you, Rebel, for putting that quote. Ghouls in the vein are also challenging in traditional way. The ghoul parent abducts the human infant and replaces it with its own. Ghouls appear entirely human as children but begin to take a ghoulish appearance as they age past adulthood. The fate of the replaced human children are not entirely clear, but Pikmin offers clues, depicting mature ghouls as they became humans. This version of the ghoul appears in stories and popular authors such as Neil Gaiman, Brian Lummy, and Guillermo del Toro, as well as many other authors. In the Fallout series, the ghouls are humans who have been exposed to larger amounts of radiation. And yeah, that's the ghoul. I want to talk about the ogre, because we were dealing with an ogre ship. So this is a depiction of Puss in Boots. Talking to an ogre. I love fairy tales and these little fairy tale stories and how they depicted these things. An ogre, the female, is an ogress, a legendary monster depicted as a large, hideous, man-like being that eats ordinary human beings, especially infants and children, trigger warning. Ogres frequently feature in mythology, folklore, and fiction. Throughout the world, they appear in many classic works of literature and are most often associated with fairy tales and legends. In mythology, ogres are often depicted as inhumanly large, tall, having disproportionately large head, abundant hair, unusually colored skin, a voracious appetite, which means like they want to eat people, and strong body. They're linked to giants and human cannibals, and mythology in both folklore and fiction. Giants are often given ogreish traits, like Jack and the Beanstalk. Like I like to talk about beans and stuff, like because I grow beans on my channel. Yeah, so that's like what the ogres do. So this is a ghoul creature in a depiction. And it's written, so the word ogre is French origin, originally derived from Etruscan god Orcus, who fed on human flesh. Its earliest attestation is Chrétien de Troyes, late 12th century verse, the romance Préville T. Comtesse del Grau. Yeah, Orcus. That's pretty interesting. Orcus was a god of the underworld, punisher of broken oaths in Etruscan and Roman mythology, as Hades, the name of the god used in the underworld. One of the fallen angels. Let's see. Et esse es crete q il eret and core. And I should say this in English so people could know what I'm talking about. So this French paragraph, it says, translated in English, and it is written that he will come again to all the realms of the Logos, which was formerly land of ogres, and destroy them with that lance. History of the Kings of Britain. And in later, so they're saying in Napoleon's Tales, so we'll read this article. So this little paragraph. The word ogre came into wider usage in the works of Charles Perrault or Marie Catherine Journelle de Bernville and Comtesse de Alonoi, rather. 1650, 1705, both of whom were French authors. The first appearance of the word ogre is per Alt's work, occurred in the histories of O Comtesse du Temps Passé, 1696. It later appeared in several of his other fairy tales, many of which were based on Neapolitan tales of Basil. The first example of a female ogre being referred to as an ogress is found in the version of Sleeping Beauty, where it is spelled ogress. Madame de Alone first employed the word ogre in her story La Ogre et la Belle, 1698, and was first used in the word ogre to refer to the creature's offspring. So this is something similar to the Nephilim. Like the creature I've talked about from the Nephilims. That's what this thing is. And in different mythologies, they have this thing. Yeah, SC, that sounds like a big mess you went through. You've been through a lot, man. SC Lives Matter. And also Puss in Boots, he was the one that experienced, he talked to the ogre. That's him. Yeah, Puss in Boots is a cool story. He was trying to help his master get a girl, and he was like a cat that could walk around and talk. And this is something about, I thought was cool about the kings of England. I want to show y'all something here. So you see this dragon? They're finding more information that these dragons existed. They likely existed at one time in England in different places. So like when they show these dragons, they weren't like a fake creature. They're thinking now it's a real creature because of archaeological evidence and things that were found, like dinosaur depictions on. There was a tomb of a Canterbury bishop, and he had these dinosaurs on his casket, and it's before dinosaurs were discovered. So these dragon things existed, and China has apparently created a dragon creature in a laboratory with an incubator, apparently. So it's possible that they might try to bring creatures like that back. So that's just an interesting thing for y'all to know. Some ancient creature that existed. All right, now we're going to go to the other part. No thanks. Okay, so we're gonna go here, and let's talk about. I want to talk about some of the Halloween movies. So we're gonna go and do something here if it's necessary. No, not necessary. All right, so over here, this next part of the show, I'm going to talk about. We're going to talk about some of these horror movies that we were talking about earlier, and I'm going to read through the fandom about these horror movies. So, spoilers if anyone hasn't seen it. We're talking this earlier about Jason Voorhees. We're reading some fandom about him. In chat, y'all can talk about whatever y'all want. Everybody could chill here. It's okay. It would be cool to also stay with the topic as well, but it's okay to talk about other things, too. It's just I like knowing about the connection and stuff. That's why I ask. You're around friends. It's all good, Essie. All right, so we're gonna go to this part first, and it's about famous horror movies, and I'm gonna read the fandom and more information about it. And see, I want to know if y'all knew this information about Jason Voorhees. All right, so this is a quote from something in the movie. There's a legend around here, a killer burned but not dead, a curse on a crystal lake of death, a death curse. Jason Voorhees' curse. They say he died as a boy, but he keeps coming back. Few have seen him and lived. Some have even tried to stop him. No one can. People forgot he's down there waiting. So, all right, let's see what Rebel knows about it. So, Jason Voorhees is the main antagonist and centerpiece of Friday the 13th franchise, and secondary antagonist of the crossover film Freddy vs. Jason. He was an almost completely silent, undead, seemingly unstoppable killing machine. Jason was iconic madman who haunts Camp Crystal Lake and the surrounding area, driven to slaughter anyone he encounters by burning need to avenge his death of his beloved mother. A prolific serial killer, Jason Voorhees has killed well over 200 people, some of which completely off screen over the years. So the birthday of Jason Voorhees is June 13, 1946. And he's male. His status, undead. And it says the cause of death, repeatedly hit with a machete by Tommy Javis. Javaris. Dragged down to the Camp Crystal Lake by Tommy Javaris and zombie John Shepard. Blown to bits by FBI, dragged into hell after being stabbed by Jessica Kimball with a magical dagger riddled with bullets and blown to pieces by KM-14. And Also, we have this integrated upon being pushed through Earth, its atmosphere by Elijah Brodsky. Yeah, Rebel. Yeah, and they were pretty cool. I agree. And I gotta catch up on these movies. I want to watch it again. It's been a while. And his known relatives. So, Pamela Voorhees, his mother. Elasis Voorhees, father, stepfather, unknown, films, deceased in comics and video games. Jessica Kimball, half niece, alive in films, deceased in comics. Free Jefferson, son, unknown. Jason X, the third, power only. Oh, wow. Diana Kimball, half sister, deceased. Stephen Freeman, nephew in law, alive in films, deceased in comics. Stephen Kimball, great half niece, alive. And he was betrayed by Ari Leham, and he was betrayed by Richard Brooker, Ted White, John Hawk, Tom Magora, C.G. Graham, Kane Hatter, Timothy Burr, Merk Ovich, Ken Kriesinger, Spencer Stump, Derek Mares. First appearance, Friday the 13th, 1980 original film. And then Friday the 13th, 2009 reboot timeline. Last appears Freddy vs. Jason 2003. In 2017, Friday the 13th, the game. And this is about the biography of Jason Voorhees. Some more. That's what I like about these biographies. They tell you more about these people and their lives than what it was like before. Alright. Jason Voorhees was born in the same town of Crystal Lake on June 13, 1946, to Ellis Voorhees and Pamela Voorhees. Though his age is often disputed, as actress for Pamela created backstory for her character that puts Jason's birth date in 1944, Jason was affected with severe facial deformities. Bear with me, Chad, a moment. Hydrocephalus. I don't know what that is, chat. An abnormality, large head. Abnormally large head. Maybe he had my head. And mental disabilities. Raising Jason on her own, Pamela kept her son isolated from the community, not letting him attend school and educating him in their home. On the outskirts of Crystal Lake, due to his mental deficiencies, his education was quite limited, but he learned never to question his mother. He obeyed all his mother's orders, grasping the concept that his life was going to be difficult, if not impossible, without her guidance. His extreme obedience for his mother would manifest itself in a strange way after puberty. Even after she died, Jason could imagine her talking to him from beyond the grave. So that's like him, a depiction of him. That's funny, Latina. Jason Voorhees couldn't get his girlfriend, so he was very sexually repressed. Alright, that's funny. In 1957, Pamelia was hired by Mr. and Miss Christie as a cook for their summer camp. Having no living relatives to board Jason with an unable to afford nanny, she took him to the camp with her. Jason had actually been with his mom most of his time instead of other kids, leading them to think that he wasn't very smart, so they started bullying him. While being bullied by the other campers, Jason attempted to escape from the tormentors, but the cruel children caught up to him on the dock and threw Jason into his lake, where he presumably drowned. His last words were for his mother than for anyone else. Ears shot to help him. The counselors were supposed to be on look for his type of misbehavior, but were distracted by sexual things. That's cringe. The Christies ordered the camp closed. Police combined the lake, but failed to find Jason's corpse. Integration of counselors led to authorities to conclude that Jason's death was accidental. No one was charged with his death in 1958. It was again open to schedule. Pamelia, who was mad with grief, murdered Barry Jackson and Claudiette Hayes. The counselors she blamed for Jason's drowning. Pamelia was never suspected of his murders, but unlike Jason's drowning, autopsies of the two teenagers clearly showed they died as a result of homicide. The camp was permanently closed again. Yeah, it sounds like Joe trying to make excuses for Hunter. That's funny, Latina. The Christies respond to the camp in 1962, but discovery arsenic in the water reserves on the camp purportedly caused the seasons to be canceled. The thought of 1960s and 70s were random fires on the property, and fire department could not come up with plausible reasons. It was never proven, but strongly suggested that Pamelia lived close to the camp and had engaged in these acts of sabotage in order to ensure the camp remained unattended, that no child suffers the same fate as Jason. All these tragedies led to the abandoned summer camp being nicknamed Camp Blood by the locals, who came to believe the area was cursed. You know, I saw the Jason movies, but it reminds me of Goosebumps. Hello, Amanda. Glad to see you in chat. And then we're talking about now the killing sprees. And life before mass killing sprees. Despite struggling in the lake from the prank, he did not drown. By some means, Jason managed to make it to land safely, having no idea how to seek help. He seemingly decided his only action was to wait for his mother to find him. He either built a home or managed to occupy an abandoned shanty. It says shanty, like the cat, in the woods. During these years, Pamelia never found out where he was, nor did they see each other again until her death. Presumably, Jason came to believe that his mother had died and that he was on his own. He managed to live off the land, subsidizing on edible plants in the forest. That's very interesting. We talk about on his channel, on this channel about the lives. We talk about the plants, we talk about the gardening and stuff, and herbs and things, and that's good to know about edible plants, and that's what he ate, and he lived off the land. Edible plants in the forest surrounding Crystal Lake, or hunting small animals, or pilfering food where he could. He also made use of the abandoned summer camp to strip it for makeshift goods, or made very limited forays into civilization to procure supplies. Jason had managed to achieve independence from his mother and survive on his own as a full-grown man, albeit in a crude and very haphazard manner. Shout out to Shanti. Rest in peace. And also, that's him in the right hand corner in the water, unfortunately. And also, Stephen Christie, the son of the Camp Crystal Lake founders, David and Louise Christie, tried to reopen the camp. In 1978, he had plunked down 25,000, hiring various carpenters. No, that's carpenters. I know what that is. My great grandfather was a carpenter. I was reading it in pieces. Now it's carpenters, electricians, masons. A mason is somebody that does stonework. I'm related to stone masons from Scotland and England. And plumbers to go and Camp Crystal Lake property and re-innovate it. It reminds me of the abandoned Six Flags in New Orleans, how they would try to bring it back. He also hired several teenagers from out of the town asked to assist him in refurbishing with a deadline that by the time the summer of 1979 came to be, the camp would once again be open for business. Steve went to urban areas and made contact with community centers, offering lower class inner city families a chance for their children to enjoy the great outdoors for the summer. Enraged by Steve's actions, Pamelia murdered him and almost all of his employees, with only Alice Hardy surviving. Ultimately, Alice depicted Pamelia with a machete after a brief struggle, so it looks like it runs in the family, on the lake's shore. After killing Pamelia, Alice collapsed from exhaustion and stress into a canoe and fell asleep as it drifted onto the lake. The following Saturday morning, police cars came onto the camp property to investigate the murders, only for Alice herself to be pulled into the water by revenant of the Jason's prepubescent self. Alice had indeed nearly drowned, but this was the fact due to the collapsing of the canoe. She awoke in the hospital bed and was greeted by Sergeant Timmy, who said that they found the corpses of the property, and the officer Droff, another of his men, rescued her from drowning. Alice was then admitted to the hospital and treated for hypothermia. When Alice asks about Jason, Turney chalks it up a hallucination from her recent ordeal and replies, "Ma'am, we do not find any boy," causing Alice to remark that Jason is still out there. Pamela. Okay. Thanks, Rebel. Pamela. Alright. It's probably pronouncing it in some other language. How some other language would pronounce something. Alright. Prelude to the mass killing spree. So the prelude, I know this from like Viking. I remember I watched some Viking metal I used to listen to, and they had the prelude, which was this long song, like this introduction to the song. So prelude is like an introduction. You know, I'm into music stuff on my channel, obviously. After his mother's murder spree, Jason, having witnessed his mother's death, grabbed her sweater, pants, and graphic warning for chat, severed head, and machete that killed her, and returned to his shack with them, placing the objects on a crude altar he had constructed as a shrine to his beloved mother. 2 months after Pamela's death, Jason soon left the woods and entered the town in search of his mother's killer. Jason somehow tracked Alice down to her apartment, snuck inside this, and stabbed her in the head with an ice pick. After scaring her by placing his mother's head in her refrigerator, escaping with Alice's body, Jason placed it at the foot of his mother's shrine. 3 years after the killing, Jason discovered local teenager named Chris Higgins in the woods and attacked her with a knife, knocking her out in the struggle. Exactly what happened next is unknown, but hours later, Chris woke up at home with no idea she was there. And also, I will say that recently I have gotten rain. Amanda in chat, recently there was rain. There was a cold front. There's probably more cold fronts coming in. And, you know, this is real interesting information. And now we have the beginning of the mass killing spree. So, Jason's mass murder began in the summer of 1948 when he learned of a new group of teenagers occupying the nearby Anak Lodge. Determined to destroy the trespassers, he began to watch the group closely and stalk them to their deaths. He kills a cop and Ralph, and puts the cop's corpse next to the shrine because he saw that it was already in the shack. Jason attacked Nak's lodge in the middle of the night, murdering 6 would-be counselors who had decided to stay behind instead of going into town one last night of fun, hiding counselors' bodies and bringing at least one to his shack. Jason stayed in the lounge awaiting more victims to present themselves. And his assistant, Guinea Field, returned. Jason knocked Paul out, and then he chased Guinea through the campgrounds and all the way to his shack, where she discovered the shrine erected to Pamela Voorhees. And here we have Jason Voorhees as seen in the Friday the 13th Part 2. And you see this dude is like, I wasn't aware that the mask, his original mask, was a sack. That's pretty cool. And then you have the traditional hockey mask. Speaking of hockey masks, and Amanda, I'll get to your question in a moment. I see it. So there is a older gentleman down the street that passed away recently, and when I was a little younger, he gave me a hockey mask, and like the Jason character. I still have it, and it glows in the dark. So that was a cool gift. And also, to answer Amanda's question, the water situation, glad you asked. So, basically, what the good news is, New Orleans, Metairie, I think Kenner too, is not going to be affected by the water. So there's going to be no salt water in New Orleans. It's just something on the outskirts. And the government, ironically, in the groups, everybody did their job, and we're good, and it was not going to come our way anyway. So, yes, Amanda, thank you for the prayers, and everything is going good down here with the water. I think I read this. I'm going to read it again. Let's see, wait. No, I didn't read this. Right, so. Aware of Jason's history, Guinea donned Pamela's sweater and tricked Jason into thinking she was his mother, distracting him long enough for Paul to appear. As Paul and Jason fought, Guinea grabbed the machete used to kill Miss Voorhees and slammed it into Jason's shoulder, with the blow knocking him out. Despite the severity of his injury, Jason recovered and followed Guinea and Paul back to Packanack Lodge, where an unmasked Jason crashed through the window and attacked Guinea, causing her to black out the next day. Bewildered, Guinea was found by paramedics, but Jason and Paul were nowhere to be found. That's him in 81, and then in 82 is the cliche one with the mask. I always thought this movie was so cool. Yeah, that's really wonderful news, yes. And I actually couldn't imagine not having any drinking water. And always have extra, but it's so little space, it's tough. Yeah, in a little space it would be tough, Amanda. And it is the water situation as always, that would be a frightening situation. It's always good to be prepared, even if something doesn't ever happen. It's good to have stuff just in case. You never know. Like Jason Voorhees of all people. He knew how to survive off the land and hunt and have his own place. You never know like what kind of situation you could get into. And I'll cover on this channel, more things as we go along about the different stuff of plants and things. As I've done before, we've done it before, and I'll do it again. I'll repeat the different things. And one thing I will say, something I do know, is that when you're in the wilderness, if you take a piece of a plant and like rub it on your skin and wait a little while, and if it burns your skin, it's not edible. And if it does not burn your skin, it should be okay. And also taste it with your lips. If something is not edible, it would be kind of bitter or sour or something. Some things do need to be cooked, like elderberries would need to be cooked and strained from the seeds because the seeds have cyanide. Like beans need to be cooked because they're not good to eat if they're not cooked. So, but yes, if something tastes like it doesn't burn your lips, I'd say, yeah, the lips, it doesn't burn the lips, it should be okay. If something does burn your lips or it's a little sour, it's probably best not to eat it. It's poisonous. And like dandelions are edible. That's a fun fact. Alright, so continuing with the rest of the story. Reaching a small store, Jason killed the owners and stole some new clothes, and then made his way to Higgins Haven, vacation home of his would-be victim Chris, where he spent the night. The next day, Jason attacked two bikers, succeeding in only knocking out the leader, Ali. Before moving on to Chris, his friends, killing them one by one, acquiring a hockey mask from a boy named Shelley Frickenstein, similar to Frankenstein, and using it to replace his burlap sack. His sack, which he had earlier lost when Chris and her boyfriend Rick, who had been out, returned to Higgins Haven. Jason killed Rick and gave chase to Chris, who eventually recognized Jason as the man who attacked her 2 years ago. Becoming trapped in the barn with Jason, Chris, when recovered, when Ali died, trying to attack Jason, used to distract to split Jason's head open with an axe. After being mentally stunned by the axe blow, Jason managed to stumble forward, tried to grab Chris before falling over, seemingly dead. The next day, a hysterical Chris was found by police and led away ranting about a dream in which Jason was alive of being attacked by a decayed Pamela out on the lake. Thanks, SC, for the shout out. That night, Jason and his 10 victims were taken to the Wessex County morgue, where Jason revived, killing the coroner and nurse before beginning to make his way back to the Crystal Lake, murdering a hitchhiker on his way there, reaching the home of 20-year-old Tommy Jarvis and his family by the next night. Jason murdered a group of teenagers vacationing next door, as well as Miss Jarvis and Rob Deere, brother of one of Jason's victims at the Paconac Lodge, who had been looking for Jason in order to avenge his sister's death, going after Tommy and his sister Trish. Jason's rampage was brought to an end with Tommy, using some newspaper clippings belonging to Rob as a reference, altered his appearance to resemble young Jason, which distracted the killer and allowed Tommy to strive to strike him in the head with Rob's machete, causing Jason to topple over forehead, pushing the blade even deeper into his skull. As Tommy Trish embraced, Tommy noticed that Jason was showing faint signs of life, grabbing the machete and began hacking away at Jason's body, screaming, "Die, die, die," over and over. Jarvis' siblings were found a short time later. Jason's body was buried in Eternal Peace Cemetery, although most local officials were apparently misinformed and believed the killer had been cremated, killing 30 teenagers and adults in space of only a few days. The summer of 1984 was Jason's bloodiest year ever. You have a picture of Jason at the hands of Johnny, and then we have this next part. Alright, before I get to the next part, I'm going to address chat. She says, Amanda says, Alien, are you going to live on Fridays now? Sorry, I missed its week. She was just feeling super sad. Okay, Amanda, I understand. We were wondering about you last Friday. Stranded was there, and we talked about Blackbeard and the pirates. It was really cool, and we got to finish the Sleepy Hollow without interruption, and Stranded got to comment on it. And also, to answer your question, I do like the Friday ones a lot. And just yesterday, I was seeing a friend, and I was doing something, spending time with family and things, and I was working on a new video I'm going to put out for y'all, hopefully tomorrow or Sunday or something. It's just a completion of some horror stories I made. And also, so I was working on a video, I had to work on the video. So that's why I took off Thursday. But no, I believe, yes, we'll still do the Thursday and Friday streams. And hopefully other days too. But certainly the Friday ones will be certainly done. But Thursday and Friday nights will still be done next week, I believe, yes. Yeah, SC and I are giving kids nightmares. Shout out to SC and chat. Shout out to all of y'all. Thank y'all for being here and all of my mods, which is everyone here. It's good to have a crew up in here. So now we're going to talk more about Jason and the copycat killer and the resurrection. All right. Five years after killing Jason, Tommy Jarvis, who had been in and out of the institutions since his encounter with Jason, was sent to the Pinehurst halfway house. Shortly after Tommy's arrival, residents of the area started being killed off an alarming rate. The brutality and seemingly random nature of murders causing the authorities to fear that Jason had somehow returned, the only responsible for the new killing spree. Revealed to be a paramedic named Roy Burns, who had snapped and begun copycatting Jason after the death of his son at Pinehurst. Was eventually killed in self-defense by Tommy. Due to Roy's killing spree, reawakening his deep-seated fear of Jason, Tommy had an unhinged and suffered from visual auditory hallucinations, has a psychotic fit, nearly became another Jason copycat, donning a hockey mask that was greatly resembled, or somehow actually was Roy's mask, bandishing a knife and coming close to murdering his friends Pamela and Roberts. And Amanda, no, Stranded did not call in that time. What we did was we talked about like Israel and like the history of like the Ishmaels, which is the Arabs, and the Israel. We're talking about that with the Bible. We did the game, then we talked about the Bible, and then I did the Sleepy Hollow thing, and I didn't have her call in because she was we just didn't do that. And she was bringing up some other stuff, like with Blackbeard the pirate. And I read through the whole article. We had some, like, Super D came in and stuff. But no, Stranded went to bed eventually. But she did a lot in telling me articles and things. So, to answer your question, no. We were just talking about it with the chat and just with articles. But she'll call in again in the future. Hopefully maybe next Friday I could see if I get her on. And I've not really heard from her or seen her in a while. And, since last Friday. And basically, we can have her call in and talk about it. But no, she didn't. But that was a very good thing, especially with Blackbeard. All the pirate stuff we see is based off of Blackbeard. So I thought that was very interesting. Glad she brought Blackbeard up. Put back in an institution, nearly killing Pam. Tom was released back to society on June of 1990, believing that destroying Jason's body would cure his psychosis and allow him to move on. Tommy went Eternal Peace Cemetery with his friend Alan Howes and dug up Jason's corpse, planning on cremating it. Unfortunately, the sight of Jason's body caused Tommy to have an episode and attack the rotted husk with a metal fence post, calming down. After stabbing the body several times, Tommy left the fence post embedded in Jason's chest, which led to Jason accidentally being resurrected when the post acted as a lightning rod. That's like Frankenstein. That's pretty cool. Attracting several bolts, creating an oncoming storm. Wow, that is gold. That is gold, okay? In silver. That's gold and silver. It's like a Frankenstein thing. Yes, Amanda, you'll enjoy it. And this is Jason, like, just chilling there with his mask on. Like, just nonchalant. Like, like, hey, it's raining out here right now. Just like, he's like unfazed by everything. Yeah. Rising from the grave, Jason killed Howes. I don't know if I'm saying Howes right, but Howes. And after sending Tommy running through, it's unknown if he actually remembers Tommy as the boy who killed him. And then he put the hockey mask that Tommy had left behind. The killer began making his way back to the Camp Crystal Lake, renamed Camp Forest Green, after a day of traveling on foot and killing everyone he encountered. Jason reached the camp and killed 2 active counselors, having already murdered the other 3 during his trek. Moving in on the children, Jason was drawn away from them when Sheriff Mike Gravis and 2 officers appeared to investigate the lack of communication with the camp, easily killing off the officer. Jason briefly struggled with the sheriff, but in the end managed to finish him off as well. After killing Garrus, Jason attacked his daughter and only renaming counselor Megan, but was lured away from her and into the lake by Tommy, attempting to drag Tommy out of his boat and into the water. Jason was set on fire and chained to the bottom of the lake by a young man, who he still managed to drown. Struggling to free himself, Jason tried dragging Megan under as well when she swam out to save Tommy. but was left paralyzed. When the girl used the detached monitor, Tommy's boat cut into the neck, breaking it. Megan successfully rescued Tommy, leaving Jason trapped in the boat of the lake. Yeah, that is the best one. That really is. That's really cool. All right. So, from Crystal Lake to Manhattan. No, wrong one. In the 7 years of his underwater imprisonment, Jason nearly managed to drown 13-year-old Rennie Wickham when the girl was pushed into the Crystal Lake by her uncle, who was trying to teach her how to swim. Seeing Jason as a child due to her latent and pathetic abilities, Rennie barely escaped Jason's grasp and was left haunted by her entire encounter with him, becoming aquaphobic. Wow. Yeah, so we got zombie Jason going on a rampage. This is epic. Psychic teenager Tiana Shepard, wanting to bring back her father, whom she accidentally killed using her powers years earlier, unknowingly awakened and released Jason from his watery tomb and from the dead. The shock of doing so knocking the girl out, causing Jason to ignore her. Wandering the Crystal Lake area, Jason returned to killing, slaughtering his way to the Shepherd home and the house next door, which several teenagers had rented for a birthday party, butchered the teens as well as Tiana's mother and her doctor. Jason ultimately faced off against Tiana. Her telekinesis easily matching his raw power. Yeah, so that's pretty. Yeah, that's an epic thing of Jason. Wow. They're fighting, destroying both houses. Tiana and Jason battle. Their Jason and Tiana's battle reached its climax on the docks of Crystal Lake, where Tiana, using her powers, resurrected her father, who dragged Jason off the dock and chained him to the bottom of the lake once again. The next summer, Jason became active once more, and the anchor of passing yacht severed an underwater electric cable, which shocked Jason back into life. Wow. Boarding the yacht, Jason murdered the two teenage lovers aboard, gaining a new hockey mask from the boy to replace the one Tiana had destroyed during their flight. Drifting aimlessly, the yacht brought Jason to the SS Lazarus, a cruise ship which was taking the Gardeting class of Lakeview High School to New York. Climbing aboard the ship, Jason set about killing off the crew students, his presence causing the now 18-year-old Rennie Wickham to be plagued by visions of Jason's younger self, starting a fire by throwing a student onto a control panel. Jason caused the SS Larassus to sink, drowning everyone still aboard. Wow. Having seen Rennie, her classmates, Sean Robertson and Julius Gu, and teachers Colleen von Tussen and Charles McCulloch escape in a lifeboat, Jason followed them to New York, either swimming or walking on the ocean floor. Catching up to the group in Manhattan, Jason pursued them through the streets, killing Julius, Charles, and anyone else in his way. I mean, if things couldn't get any more epic, this dude goes into New York. Wow. If this couldn't get any more epic, they need to make the next one of him on Mars somehow. So catching up to Manhattan, Jason pursued them through the streets, killing Julius, Charles, and anyone else in his way. Chasing Rennie and Sean Colleen, having died in a car accident, through Times Square, a subway, a diner, and into the sewers. Jason eventually unearthed the two, knocking Sean and killing the sensation engineer who had been guiding him and Rennie through the tunnels. Chasing Rennie, Jason was horribly burned when the girl threw an old canister of toxic waste onto his face, causing it to melt. Tearing his smoldering mask off and blindly stumbling after Rennie, Jason grabbed her leg when she and Sean tried to climb out of the sewer, but before he could pull her down, he was caught in a wave of sludge and rushed through the tunnels and was melted down as Sean and Rennie, who hallucinated Jason as a child one final time, escaped through the manhole. Wow. This was very well done. Alright. Hell and Nightmares. I thought it got more epic, but it gets more epic. I have to turn a light off really quick. I'll be right back with y'all. Okay. There we go. I am back. Let's continue. Hell and Nightmares. Presumably washed out to sea by sludge, Jason made his way back to Crystal Lake with his hockey mask fused to his face due to toxic waste. In July 2003, an undercover FBI agent, Elizabeth Marcus, stopped by a cabin on the campgrounds only to be chased by Jason into the woods. Marcus led Jason into the ambush where FBI agents had riddled him with hundreds of bullets and blew him apart with a grenade. Jason's remains were sent to the federal morgue in Youngstown, Ohio. There, Jason possessed the coroner to examine him by hypnotizing him into eating his disembodied heart with his new body. Jason killed the assistant coroner, and a pair of FBI agents left to guard the morgue and began making his way back to Crystal Lake, instinctively seeking out his half-sister Diana Kimball, who he intended to possess in order to fully resurrect himself. After 5 days and claiming 9 more victims, Jason reached Crystal Lake and transferred his warm like soul from Phil to Deputy Josh, a local policeman attacking Diana in her home. Jason, struggling with Stephen Freeman, when he arrived, accidentally killed Diana with a knife sharpener he had intended to throw at Stephen, fleeing the scene after being impaled with a fireplace poker and knocked through the window by Stephen. Jason abandoned Josh's body the next day, acquired a new one, that of Robert Campbell, a reporter and boyfriend of Diana's daughter Jessica, Jason's newest target. Exactly, Rebel. Exactly. He's like, what are y'all smoking? What are y'all smoking? Exactly. It's trippy. This is trippy. Yeah, these are good movies. I'm glad that when I asked earlier about the favorite movies, I want to look at this one that Rebel and I both like, and I've seen some of them. It's been a long time, but I need to go back and watch them. So shout out to Rebel. Cool streams he does, and also cool in this chat too. Finding Jessica at home, Jason tried to possess her, but was wounded by Stephen, who escaped with Jessica. Tracking Jessica down to the police department, Jason killed Deputy Ryan, knocked out another officer, and Sheriff Landis, who came close to possessing Jessica, only for Stephen to interfere again. Shot a number of times by Stephen, Jason was briefly downed by but recovered, kills a pair of officers, and chased Stephen and Jessica to the diner where Diana worked. Shrugging off barrage of gunshots, Jason, after killing the family owning the diner, collapsed after Jessica's friend Vicky sacrificed herself in an attempt to stop him. This is 1993. Yeah, that's epic. That's epic. Recovering by the time police showed up, Jason possessed a Deputy Randy Parker and made his way to his old home, arriving there at the same time as Sheriff Landis. It reminds me of a nickname sometimes in the hood when they can't pronounce my name. Though some of them they call me Hansis. Like they put on the pizza on the Domino's pizza rather than saying Hansel, they said Hansis. That was from 2017. That was funny. Seeing Jessica had an enchanted dagger, which could send him to hell, Jason pretended to be Randy, even speaking confusing Jessica and causing her to accidentally kill Sheriff Landis when he tried disarming her. When Jessica dropped the dagger after stabbing Landis with it, Jason rushed over to Stephanie, Jessica and Stephen's infant daughter, and prepared to possess her. Arriving just in time, Stephen partially beheaded Randy with a machete, forcing Jason's soul to crawl out of the gaping neck wound. Scurrying through the house, Jason's soul was knocked onto the hole in the floor by Stephen, where it found Diana's dead body, which had been placed in the house by Robert, who had intended to discover it during the routine walk through, which his crew, still hiring up his half-sister's, part. Jason successfully resurrected himself when, after Jessica and Stephen only began monumentarily distracted by Kriegington Duke, a bounty hunter with a vendetta against him. After killing Duke, Jason was tackled out by the window by Stephen, and the two fought with Jason having the obvious advantage. Before he could beat Stephen to death, Jason was attacked from behind by Jessica, who had recovered the dagger. Stabbed in the chest, Jason was grabbed by a demonic hands that burst out of the dirt and, feebly struggling, dragged him to hell. Wow. Losing his mask in process, leaving with their baby at Jessica, and Stephen failed to notice a bladed glove of Freddy Krueger shoot out of the ground and grab the abundant hockey mask. Wow, this is crazy. Thank you, Essie. Thank you. I like talking to you about survival and stuff. It's really cool. In his personal hell, Jason wandered a perfectly recreation of Camp Crystal Lake that was perpetual twilight, seemingly killing the same shade of possible previous victim over and over again. Jason's cycle of stalking and killing was eventually interrupted by Freddy Krueger's, who, under the guise of Miss Voorhees, used what remained of his power to resurrect Jason, telling him to go to Springwood and punish the children there. Weak due to the residents of the hometown suppressing the censoring, all-knowing retaining him and quarantining those aware of his existence. Freddy's plan was to have Jason kill and cause panic, making the authorities believe he had returned, creating a fear of giving him power. Yeah, this is going interdimensional. I was wondering about that, SC. I was wondering about that. I'm glad that you brought that up. And also, that's okay. It's all good. I look forward to seeing your side of the story, and I'm glad that you acknowledge that and that you'll get back to me on that. Jason killed several Springwood residents, and the deaths were blamed on Freddy. Just like Dreamstalker throughout the wood they would be. Things became complicated when Jason, despite fulfilling his purpose, continued killing, claiming more and more victims before Freddy could kill them in their dreams. After attacking a rave, killing at least 10 people there, Jason followed Lori Campbell and her friends, Will Rollins, Charlie Linderman, Kea Freeberg, and Scott Stubbs to Weston Hills Psychiatric Institution. Psychiatric institution, rather. The group having gone there in search of dream suppressant. I found my place. Hypnosil. Hypnosil. Which could protect them from Freddy breaking into the asylum. Jason killed a guard and deputy Stubbs and gave chase to others, but was confronted by Freddy, who had possessed Freeburg and disposed the Hypnosil using massive amounts of tranquilizer. Freddy knocked Jason out right before he sliced Freeburg's body in half, with Jason now unconsciously remaining survivors. Laurie, Will, Kaya, and Lenderman collected the tranquilizers, and they could find and loaded Jason's body into the van, take him back to Crystal Lake, hoping they could then wake Jason up so they could defeat Freddy. He had home field advantage and then be content remain at the lake. Thanks, Rebel. Hypnosil. Okay. Confronted by Freddy in the dream world and figuring out that he was only being used, Jason was losing against the other killer, who had an advantage of possessing reality, warping powers in his realm, managing to endure everything that Freddy threw at him. Jason lost his composure when a pipe burst and showered him with water, his deep-seated fear of water and drowning having been brought out to the surface by being in the dream world, regressed to a helpless child by Freddy. Jason was whisked away to a 1950s-style version of the Camp Crystal Lake, where he relived being knocked into the lake by bullying campers, while none of the counselors were watching them. Jason was narrowly saved by Laurie, who had entered in the dream world, intended to dragging Freddy out. Due to being distracted by Laurie, Freddy lost his hold on Jason, who woke up in the back of the van with the others. Breaking his bonds, Jason caused the van to crash and was sent flying out to the back of it. Recovering quickly, Jason reached Camp Crystal Lake. It was being converted into a resort. Shortly after, Will, Kaya, and Lunderman, who were forced to carry Laurie, who was trapped in the dream world by Freddy, did bursting into a cabin and attacking Will, Kai, and Letterman. Jason injured all three, though Charlie died of his injuries later on. And during the struggle caused the cabin to catch on fire. As the flames spread, Jason, when Laurie finally woke up after being burnt, dragged Freddy into the real world, moved into the other killer. Jason, Freddy engaged in a brutal battle, which brought them through the campgrounds, a nearby construction site, to the docks, which Laurie and Will Lenderman, Kaya having been killed by Jason in the crossfire, and Kaya caught up to Will and Laurie, and after she left, Charlie, who told her to get help, she didn't notice he died, set on fire. As the flames raced towards them, Jason and Freddy continued the fighting, Jason ripping his opponent's arm off, while Jason, having earlier claimed Jason's machete stabbed him in the heart with it. The fire soon reached some stacked propane tanks, causing them to erupt, the explosion setting Jason and Freddy on fire and flinging them into the lake. Wow, that's epic. When Freddy reached the dock and propelled to kill both Lori and Will, Jason, using his last ounce of strength, leaped out to the water and impaled Freddy with his own severed arm. When Lori beheaded Freddy with his machete, she, seeing Jason sinking to the bottom of the lake with Freddy's body and severed head, tossed the weapon to him. The next day, Jason emerged from the waters, clutching Freddy's head, which winked and laughed, though this didn't seem to bother Jason, or he didn't notice. Yeah, that's epic. They need to make movies like this again. A new enemy. In December, 5 years after his battle with Freddy, Jason has completely recovered from his injuries and still stays in Camp Crystal with it again, being named Forest Green. Freddy is trapped within Jason's subconscious. Will and Lori return to the camp for closure and to make sure Jason and Freddy are really dead. Jason first guts Will and hangs him on a roof. He then goes after Lori and tries fighting Jason with a chainsaw, but was eventually overpowered and killed by Jason, who was then disposed of her and Will. While lurking in Jason's thoughts, Freddy learns of a demonic book called Necronomicon Ex Mortis, which can be used to bring him back to life by coincidence. Necronomicon is hidden in the Voorhees home. In a trance, Freddy once again uses Pamela to convince Jason that the only way to get rid of Freddy is with Necronomicon. And that will also make Jason's real boy while looking at the demonic book. Jason murders 3 girls. This murder analyzes by Ash Williams, who came into the town to help with the local S-Mart. Ash believed Jason to be a deadite, undead demonic entities, created by Necronomicon. Ash, having dealt with the Deediest before, tries to warn teenage employees at S-Mart, but naturally none of them believe Ash, expecting the girl named Caroline, who is aware of Jason's existence. One of the teens also makes mistake of pulling a prank on Ash by dressing up as Jason in another trance. Freddy appears as Jason's father, reminding him of his duties to find the book. After this dream, Jason butchers several Christmas carolers and later kills a group of teenagers camping in Voorhees' home, ex- except for one named Bree. Ash was following the partying teenagers, find Necromonicon, escapes with Bree. Jason attempts to intercept them while they are driving away. Jason destroys the car, and Ash and Bree elude him regardless. Jason still relentlessly stalks them to the S-Mart as Freddy urges him. There, Jason massacres several employees, including Bree and several customers as well. Ash and the survivors take refuge in Caroline's house, where they realize, because of Jason's limited intelligence, that he may be a pawn. That point where Freddy slowly begins to reveal himself to Ash. Freddy finally materializes himself outside the dream world, orders Jason to kill Ash and leave the others for later. While he reads the Necronomicon, 3 of the boys lure Jason to Voorhees' home, planting a trip there. Jason, however, realizes the trick and later confronts Freddy, interrupting the fight between the Dream Demon and Ash. However, Freddy had mastered Necronomicon enough to summon Jason's many victims as Deadites to kill him, but Jason fights his vengeful victims during the struggle, and Ash manages to steal the book, flee the woods. Freddy soon changes the campgrounds into his familiar home to Elm Street and summons the spirits of his own victims to kill Ash. Wow. Jason manages to find his way to Freddy's warped reality and begins to fight him head on, with Freddy gaining upper hand. Caroline and Ash attempt to escape with the book, but is stolen by Jason. During the heated struggle, Voorhees' house is destroyed and Ash falls unconscious. Freddy and Jason also survive, but are trapped by the rubble. Ash does regain consciousness, just as Freddy escapes the rubble, as does Jason, much to Freddy's annoyance. Ash, Freddy, and Jason begin the full-out fight. Ash is brutally beaten during the fight, but refuses to back down against them. Caroline begins to read the discarded Necronomicon, opening a portal which begins to pull Freddy in. Jason is too strong to be pulled in, but the vortex causes Ash's car to knock Jason beneath the frozen lake, while Freddy dragged into the vortex completely. Ash and Caroline survive the fight, but Ash remains confident that the world hasn't seen the last of them. Oh yeah, yeah. Shout out to chat. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, this is one of the greatest movies ever, and this is a fantastic, marvelous story. That's why I like this website that they talk about fandom, because it tells you about different things, like these stories. It gives you the backstory about things. Yeah, yeah. SC facts. SC facts. All right, Washington. Government agents, led by Detective Gordon Russell, led a search across campgrounds for the Necron Necronomicon. The book found the two other agents find Jason, who awaken and kill both of them. Once again, under the guise of Pamela, Freddy urges Jason to hunt for Ash. Months later, after Jason kills Caroline, Jason follows Ash to Baltimore, Maryland. While Ash is on the train, Jason stows away in the train's boxcar. Many of Freddy and Jason's survivors meet each other in a meeting organized by Doctors Maggie Burroughs and Neil Gordon. Among the meeting, Stephen Kimball. Kimball is a name of the dude from The Fugitive. It's an old TV show from like the 60s or something. Her father, Stephen Alice Johnson, and her son, Jacob, Tina Shepard, Rennie Wickham. Ash meets with them and they begin to discuss their goals, but are interrupted by Jason, who kills Stephen, while Ash prepares to fight Jason himself. A Hummer drives through the house and rams Jason, and the driver revealed to be Thomas Jarvis, while the survivors flee and make plans to stop Jason. As Jason comes back up, government agents open fire and capture him. So Jason running from the feds. Yeah, I gotta sleep with one eye open. Yes, indeed. In Washington, Jason was put in the holding cell of dead people. Was put in a holding cell full of dead people. He was visited mentally by Freddy, who tells him a plan to massacre the world. After hearing the presence of his old enemy, namely Tommy, will be coming for them, Jason agrees and becomes the leader of the Deadite army. Pleased, Freddy decides to resurrect Jason with Necronomicon. The result restores Jason's hands, flesh, and full head flowing hair. Now armed with machetes, later while the survivors battle Freddy, Jason and Deadites descend upon Washington, while Jason and his demonic army terrorize the streets. Jason is confronted by Tommy. Just as the fights provoked, a winged Deadite drags Tommy to meet Freddy, who is abducting Jacob to the White House. Tommy and Jacob are held hostage by Freddy, Jason, and Maggie, who is revealed to be Freddy's daughter, Caitlin, who has betrayed the group. Little did the killer know was that Ash, Alice, and Tina and Stephanie are now onto them. However, Stephanie separates from the group and later encounters Freddy, who tells her it's her destiny to end up like Jason, considering their biological relation. Clad in his hockey mask, Stephanie prepares herself to kill Jason. Yeah, Rebel. You see, you get a lot of meat. What's called meat. You get a lot of meat from this. It's called fandom, and like there's all kinds of like with Star Wars and stuff. There's all these fandoms and these like comics and stuff. So this is like some side stories you didn't know about. Yeah. See, I knew you learned something from this because this is where the meat is at. Because I learned so much about the Texas Chainsaw Massacre and his family and his history and all. I mean, I'm like, so yeah, this was the night for movies. Classic cinema. All right. While Jason and his demonic army terrorize the streets, Jason is confronted by Tommy. Just as the fight is provoked, Winged Deadite drags Tommy to meet Freddy, who's abducting Jacob. At the White House, Tommy and Jacob are held hostage by Freddy. Jason, Maggie, who is revealed to be Freddy's daughter, I've read this before. Caitlin, who has betrayed the group. Little did the killer know that was Ash, Alice, and Tina, and Stephanie are now onto them. However, Stephanie separates them from the group and later encounters Freddy, who tells her it's her destiny to end like Jason, considering their biological relation. Clad in a hockey mask, Stephanie prepares herself to kill Jason. Back at the White House, a brief fight ensues between Jason and Caitlin. Tina kills Caitlin. Chat, I think it's Catherine, not Caitlin. It's just the letters were not big enough, and I think it's Catherine. And Alice allows Freddy to kill her, passing her powers onto Jacob, and takes this as a chance to summon the spirits of Amanda Kruger and the Dream Warriors. The Deadites are destroyed, but Freddy wounds Jacob. Ash begins to fight Freddy, while Stephanie and Tommy face Jason. Tommy taunts Jason about not being able to kill him. During his struggle, Jason's mask is cut off. Surprisingly, the effect of his rebirth gave Jason a normal, undeformed face. Stephanie impales Jason, and Tommy decapitates Jason with a shard of glass. Freddy absorbs Jason's soul, seemingly at full peak, but Neil, in spite of Nancy Thomason, recite the chant to open the portal of the Deadites dimension, and Freddy is stripped of his powers and shot into the portal by Ash, freeing all the souls, including Jason. Wow, so that's interesting. Wow. After the survivors of the battle leave, Pamila's voice is heard telling him he will never die, foreshadowing another resurrection. Alright, so this is the future. The next part is the future. Either during or after 2008, Jason was captured by the government and convicted of at least 200 murders and was imprisoned in Camp Crystal Lake Research Facility, which was built on the remains of the camp. Jason's captors tried executing him through a variety of means, including electrocution, gassing, firing squad, and hanging. None of these methods worked, so Jason was simply left shackled and under constant sedation in the facility until further notice. By 2010, it was decided that Jason should be cryogenetically frozen, with head researcher Rowan LaFontaine being put in charge of the procedure. On the day Jason was supposed to be put on ice, the decision was quickly and quietly overturned, with Dr. Wimmer having convinced his superiors to let him transport Jason unfrozen to another facility in Stanford, despite the inherent risk involved in doing so. The belief that the analysis of his ability to regenerate may prove useful. When Wimmer and the group of soldiers hired to move Jason arrived the killer's chamber, they discovered he had escaped murdering a guard and putting the dead man's body in his place. Ambushing the soldiers, Jason killed them, and Dr. Wimmer acquired a machete and gave the chase to Rowan, who lured Jason into the basement, where she knocked him into the experimental cryogenics chamber with a barrage of shotgun blasts. As he began to freeze, Jason ran his machete through the chamber door, stabbing Rowan, causing gases to seep out, causing them to freeze Rowan as well. Yeah, so he's being transported, and there's a scene in the right hand corner of the screen in the top is Jason Voorhees seen in Jason X 2002. Jason's rupturing of the cryo chamber not only froze Rowan alongside him, but also instigated automatic lockdown, which completely sealed the facility. Apparently deciding this was for the best, the government left Jason and Rowan to their fate, abandoning the facility. Hello, Turning Guns. I'm talking about Jason, the character. Yeah, it's like a Halloween thing. I'm talking about the different Halloween movies, and we're talking about Jason right now. Frozen for centuries, Jason and Rowan were discovered in 2455, 445 years later by so this is chat. This is going to get into really some wild stuff. All right, so frozen for centuries, Jason and Rowan were discovered in 2455, the year, 445 years later by an Earth 2 class on the field trip to the old Earth, which had become uninhabited for years ago. Taken up to the Grendel by the class, Jason was sent to the Lab 1, where in the middle of the to begin examined by an intern. He thawed and killed her, grabbed a surgical tool, and began stalking in the corridors of the spaceship, killing off the students, and hired security. Jason's machine machinations resulted in its crashing into the space station, the Solaris, destroying it and crippling the ship, which began falling apart. So this is Jason Voorhees in the future. As the survivors, Rowan included, tried to escape the shuttle, Jason murdered the engineer, causing Kinza, an already unbalanced student, to break down and try to activate the shuttle prematurely, and dies in the process. Conneering Rowan, Waylander, and Jason, Genessa, in the docking bay. Jason met his match when an android KM-14, having been updated with the combat capabilities by her creator, Su Narun, attacked him, riding him with thousands of bullets and blowing most of his limbs, including his head, off with her machine gun. Uba Jason. Super Jason. Jason's mangled remains were left in a medical bay where the nano ants reconstructed Jason using scrap scattered around the room as a substitute for flesh. Now cyborg and more powerful than ever before, Jason resumed his pursuit of survivors who had contacted the rescue vessel, the Tyrannant, and were the middle of trying to blow off the dying portion of Grendel. To delay the ship's explosion, nonchalantly, I knew he was nonchalant, punching KM's head off when she tried to fight him. Jason was blown up by the set charges when Waylander, who had been paralyzed trying to fight Jason, activated them, killing himself in the process. Unfazed by the bombs, Jason ripped his way into the remains of Grendel, causing Janissa to be sucked into space, went after the remaining survivors, who worked desperately to trying to reach the Tiamat. Now you see on the left of the screen, that's Super Jason. It's seen in Jason X 2001. Monumentally distracted by virtual version of Camp Crystal Lake created by Soon Erun and the still functioning of KM Jason, realizing the nature of the holograms, charged after Rowan, Sunarun, and KM as they, having unsealed the door leading to Tiamat, rush onto the vessel as the remains of the Grendel collapsed around him. Jason was confronted by space-suited Brodsky, and the two were flung into space when the Grendel finally exploded. So Grendel was this monster from Anglo-Saxon literature, which was like this Nephilim giant monster, and Beowulf defeated him. Merely launched through the space by explosion, Jason tried launching onto the tailmet, but was tackled by Brodsky and sent plummeting through the atmosphere of Earth 2. The unshielded re-entry caused both Brodsky and Jason to be incinerated, with Jason's remains and his metallic mask crash landing into the lake, attracting attention of a pair of camping teenagers who went investigating to the impact site. Due to all the things Jason lived through, and is presumed that he will do this thing on Earth 2 novel series is ended. His son, Free Jefferson, trapping his clone in his escape pod, sending the unauthorizable Moon, ultimately killing and ending the threat of Jason once and for all. So that's the end of Jason. All right. Next part. As there are supernatural things involved with Jason, he does, however, have a personality being that of a child, along with being very wrathful. Jason was also known to grunt when injured heavily. He loved his mother dearly, as she was the only person that showed him true love. In his childhood, after her death, he constructed a crude altar shack where he lived with his mother's head at the center, which placed his victims at the foot of it. Although it were a way of showing his mother's victims he killed to please her. Guinea Field, knowing the story of him and his mother, used the child persona by pretending to be his mother against him to trap him. Ordered to Jason to protect herself from further harm. Tommy, Travis are killed. Also use the child persona against him, making himself look like Jason as a child. Also used the child persona against him. Guinea had once done to save his sister. Both attempts to use the child persona against him were successful, as mentally shuts down upon seeing the two perform these actions. As a moral human, Jason never really enjoyed killing, as one would think, and wasn't very sadistic, as he was quite silent, but could tell that he was an angry, vengeful man, as he made countless grunts when he was chasing his victims on revenge for his mother's death, and rage he held within him after nearly drowning in the waters Camp Crystal Lake. Jason was also childlike mentally, mainly did everything he could to please his mother, with the deaths of those who wronged both of them, but he also ransacked the barn out of frustration when he couldn't find Chris, as he were throwing a tantrum once he became one of the undead. Jason lost many of his human limitations. He once had retains most of his emotions, such as the everlasting hatred towards people for the way the world treated him and his mother, Pamela, but he didn't harm kids who were staying in one of the cabins in Crystal Lake, and Jason lives. it's like this is like a summary of the whole thing. Jason stalks his victims cunningly, quietly, and something grudgingly, as with Tommy, Travis, and Tina Shepard at one point, but not recklessly, luring them to their deaths. After killing his victims, he usually hid the bodies to prevent others from raising the alarm, to create more terror when his next intended victim would find it. Jason had virtues left that would be never killed children under the age of 18 or pets. The novel Hate, Kill, Repeat implies that he was responsible for the deaths of 2 children in a family, but murders were never witnessed, and they may simply be unintentional collateral damage. And when he killed, it was always quick, and their suffering was not long unless they struggled against him. Another possible virtue of Jason is shown when he saves Lori Campbell twice from becoming Freddy Krueger's victim. After she saved him from getting killed by the Dream Stalker himself, through is not actually known if he saved her on purpose. Jason truly hated Freddy Krueger for tricking him and using him. However, Freddy versus Jason versus Ash, he was shown to be willing to cooperate with him. In return, Freddy used the Necronomicon to boost his intelligence. SC, I completely understand, and good luck with that. Thank you for coming, and good night. God bless, SC. Thank you. You too, man. I'm glad you were able to come. Many have given suggestions as Jason's motivation to kill. Ken Kingsinger refers to Jason as a psychotic mama's boy, gone horribly awary, very resilient. You can't kill him, but he feels pain, just not like everyone else. Kingsinger goes on to say that Jason is a psycho savant and believes his actions are based on pleasing his mother and not anything personal. Andrew O'Hare has stated coursing hormones act, of course, as smelling salts to prudish Jason. That ever vigilant enforcer of William Bennett style values. Todd Farmer, writer for Jason X, wrote the scene where Jason wakes from craniac hibernation just as the teenagers begin making love. Farmer liked the idea of that act, these certain actions trigger Jason back to life. Whatever his motivations, Kane Hodder believes that is a limit to what he will do. According to Hodder, Jason might violently murder any person he comes across, but when Jason takes Manhattan, called for Hatter, kicked the lead character's dog, Hodder refused, stating that while Jason has no qualms against killing humans, he is not bad enough to hurt animals. Another example from Jason Takes Manhattan involves Jason being confronted by a street gang of young teenage boys. One of the 13s threatens him with a knife. However, Jason chooses not to kill them, instead scares them off, lifting up his mask and showing them his face. Wow. Likewise, director Tom McLaugan chose not to have Jason harm any of the children he had encountered, and Jason lives, stating that Jason would not kill a child out of sympathy for the plight of the children generated his own death as a child. Yeah, that's pretty cool. It's very interesting. He had superhuman strength. Part 2, Jason was shown to have some sort of enhanced strength capabilities of implying victims with ease, and was capable of breaking out a window with a single shot of his fist, barely formed within the Part 3, was capable of crushing someone's head while capable of implying victims with ease, capable of breaking out of windows with a single shot, and his first was barely formed within Part 3, was capable of crushing someone's head while lifting them and later throwing said 100-pound man through a window, and finally in Part 4, he was able to twist a man's head around along with a hacksaw crushing a teenager's skull against the wall, being able to break through a window and throw a girl out of said window with ease, and was able to smash through the door, completely demolishing it, thus making it his default strength for when he was alive, as rarely overpowered by normal individuals. Pain resistance. Jason, as a human, still has a human personality, and he has felt pain the same as humans, but had shown an exponential amount of tolerance for it, as shown in Part 3 and Part 4. He still shows human reaction when being stabbed and slashed by Chris and Tommy. Jason withstood fatal injuries that would kill or cripple a normal person under normal circumstances, such as being hanged, an axe to the head, machete through the shoulder, and being impaled through the head. As undead, Jason no longer responds to pain and can generally function in a situation where pain would disable a normal person. However, Jason goes to hell. The final Friday, Jason can be heard groaning in pain while being shot by the FBI. Stealth. Stalker. Super speed. Jason can seemingly appear near his victims through means of walking. He can easily slip in and out of areas undetected. This is best seen in part. When Jason kills Charles, he can swim at incredible speeds, completely unrestricted by water resistance. He can make himself go unnoticed in the surroundings, allowing him to freely act without being noticed, essentially allowing himself to slip in the shadows and unnoticed and repaired and reaper behind his victims for quickly and easily elimination. It says Part 8. That's what that says, Part 8. Yeah, so we could see that he's very stealth, and he's like the superhuman strength that he has. Intelligence. Jason is shown to be extremely intelligent and high-functioning while possessing some tactical sense and strategic planning despite his hydrocephalic deformities. He lays traps for his victims, as seen as Part 2, can be seen trustaining victims to avoid detection, and he carefully arranges bodies of his victims, occasionally using them to blockade or projectiles. His sense of direction is perfect, as he is always able to go wherever he wants to go, usually back to Crystal Lake, even even from long distances. He can escape all manner of bonds, every one of his kills unique, and he always finds creative ways to get his victims as well. Beyond this, through his intellectual capabilities, unclear and not clarified for the duration of the series, only being shown his tactical malice towards camp counselors and his never-ending objective to kill anyone that wanders the territory of Camp Crystal Lake. And he's like a zombie. Revenant zombie psychology. After being resurrected from a lightning bolt strike caused by Tommy Travis stabbing his corpse with metal rod, Jason was accidentally brought back to life as an undead, but unlike the usual zombies, Jason doesn't want to eat human flesh like the zombie, but instead, Jason Voorhees has kept his human personality and kept a form memories intact, meaning now he is just a zombie with intelligence. Interesting. Supernatural strength. After becoming a revenant zombie, Jason's superhuman psychology strength has become titanic, and immediately demonstrated his newfound power by punching right through Tommy's friend's body, gouging his heart out with a single punch. Jason is capable of sending his victims flying through the air. His feats of strength include going through concrete, decapitating someone with a single punch, freezing himself when he was pinned by a fallen tree, and can break humans in half, as well as rip limbs from their bodies. Just small portion of his new zombie strength, as he tossed a man with a single thrust and ripped his arm off in the process, and then proceeded to decapitate 3 people with a single machete slash. Smashed a girl's head against a metal wall, protruding her facial expression through it, and is able to twist a girl's head off without any effort. It's able to break Officer Mike Garris in half by bending him backwards. So, basically, we have the situation where, he's all these superhuman strength, and he's able to do these things. It's very very fascinating. Immortality. After being a revenant zombie in part 6, rather, Jason has become functionally immortal, which means that he does not avenge physical injuries or illnesses that would have killed a normal human, would eventually heal and wouldn't truly affect him. Regeneration. Jason, after becoming a revenant zombie, now possesses a unique ability to regenerate Any lost damaged tissue at an accelerated rate. As a result, he can sustain bullets and knife wounds and be essentially unaffected by them. His ability allows to recover from any fatal injuries that are physically caused to him, so the logistical sense he can only be incapacitated by being chained to the bottom of Crystal Lake, but even still will be almost always restored to perfect health, consistently changing state. Deformality can be attributed to his constant regeneration. This regeneration, however, is not perfect, as Jason still possesses an undead, disassociated appearance of exposed bones and deliberating tissue. Technically being undead, his body is not affected by existing detrimental conditions. He has complete immunity to all kinds of poison, virus, disease, bacteria. However, it is not fully known how he can still be seated as a proven when Freddy has poisoned Freeberg as was able to render him unconscious with 2 syringes, and at some point in the future, Jason was kept imprisoned via combination of chained restraints and some unknown sedative substance. Resurrection. When Jason is defeated, as shown in the end of Part 6, he is kept in a hibernating state, and only outside forces such as supernatural or human forces, such as Tina Shepard, telepathically and accidentally revealing to him from his watery prison, and Freddy Krueger, who resurrected Jason due to the fact that Jason doesn't decay like regular dead, and returning to his dream. Alright. Teleportation. Jason seemingly possessed the ability in Friday the 13th to teleport, but it hasn't been confirmed if he did. And he's very durable, supernaturally. Weapons proficiency. Jason can use anything at his disposal as a weapon. He can create improvised weapons, insanity, and use them efficiently. Hunting skills. Tractor Jason can track down, trap, and pursue person group relentlessly for miles. He can adapt his surroundings instantaneously and will not stop until his targets are dead. In search of Jason, takes Manhattan. Jason lives in Friday the 13th Part 2. Intimidation, overwhelmingly due to the overwhelming presence of those who enter his territory. The constant stories of his death, his killing sprees, and constant times when victims thought he was dead just for him to recover. Jason can include fear into anyone, even with his name, causing many to try to flee when he appears. Some are unlucky enough to accidentally remove his mask, revealing his decaying, deformed face. Jason scaring them even more. His intimidation can cause his victims to become desperate in their attempts to escape, defeat him, make mistake for him to take advantage off, and cause them to be clumsy when scared. Amanda says, "I wonder what horror movie has the most sequels. It seems the more they make, the less good the movie it is." Yeah, I agree. That's with a lot of movies in general. With the Texas Chainsaw Massacre, they had a movie about him, a sequel to it, and it didn't really like do what the other one did. Abilities: high invulnerability. Due to the nano ants fully resurrecting and upgrading Jason into the unknown metal substance around the majority of his body. This is like the sci-fi one I was talking about. He is now completely immune to bullets and other such things, as the only thing capable of damaging his new body was when Brasky had intercepted Jason in space, sending both of them through the Earth's atmosphere and back. Re-entry, leaving only Jason's mask behind, but Jason might have survived. Incomprehensible strength. Already possessing both superhuman and supernatural strength, his new form, dubbed as the Uba Jason, has dramatically increased his newfound abilities, capable of punching down a steel beam door which was bottled and sealed with a single punch, displays his new monstrous strength. Vacuum space survivability. Due to nanotechnology upgrades, Uba Jason's mask gives him the capability to survive in the vacuum of space without having any known side effects. Okay, Amanda. Amanda says, "I think I saw that one, Alien. I can't remember that name, but I had to fast forward through most of it." Yeah, yeah, it sounds far out. Jason can use anything at his disposal as a weapon, but it seems that he particularly found the machete. He also used his bare hands on many occasions to kill. However, Jason doesn't use any of the firearms, although he made use of spear, gun in part 3, in part 4, and part 8. This is a list of weapons utilized by Jason in order of appearance. Friday the 13th, Part 2. Ice pick, barbed wire, tree, hammer, machete, spear, knife, pitchfork, pickaxe. Friday the 13th, Part 3. Meat cleaver, knitting needle, pitchforks, wrench, machete, knife, spear, gun, fuse box, fire poker, superhuman strength, axe. Friday the 13th and final chapter. Hacksaw, scalpel, double-sided axe, 3 knives, cleaver, harpoon, spear, hammer, corkscrew, fatal heights, car, double-sided axe, garden claw. Friday the 13th, Part 6. Jason Lives. Fence post, glass, walls, RV, hunting knife, dart, machete, bare hands, superhuman strength, tree knife. Friday the 13th, Part 7. New Blood. Tent, peg, sleeping bag, superhuman strength, tree, machete, knife, water, sickle, party horn, 2 axes, spear, bare hands, tree trimming saw. Friday the 13th, Part 8. Jason Takes Manhattan. Guitar. Sauna Rock. Harpoon. Control Panel. Radio Antenna. Syringe. Steel. Steam Pipe. Machete. Sewage. Wall Mirror. Wrench. Jason Goes to Hell. The Final Friday. Here we go. Possession. Autopsy. Probe. Metal Table. Razor. Superhuman Strength. Barb Hands. Pole. Elbow. Jungle Gym. Rake. Scalpel. Ground. Shovel. Arms. Fingers. Pistol. Knife. Sharpener. Knife sharpener. Locker door. Human heads. Diner door. Diner cutter. Deep fryer. Barbecue. Skewer. Freddy vs. Jason. Bed, machete, bare hands, door, pipe, fire, electricity, wall, brackets, proxies, Freddy's, bladed claw. Jason X. Machine gun, machete, hook, counter, chains, nose pole, liquid nitrogen, surgical tool. And we have the games. He's in Friday the 13th, Mortal Kombat X, Friday the 13th game. And films. So Rebel says he used a sleeping bag and tree on one of those. Well, there you go. They forgot one. We'll put that in the list too. And Amanda says, that's so cool how they list all those weapons he used on people. I like that. Yeah, it is really cool, Amanda. So films. Friday the 13th. Friday the 13th Part 2. So it started 1980. 1981 Part 2. 1982 Part 3. Friday the 13th Final Chapter. 1984. Friday the 13th, A New Beginning, it's 1985. Friday the 13th, Part 6, Jason Lives, 1986. Friday the 13th, Part 7, The New Blood, 1988. Friday the 13th, Part 8, Jason Takes Manhattan, 1989. Jason Goes to Hell, Friday 13th, 1993, Jason X 2002, Freddy vs. Jason 2003, Friday the 13th, 2009, Reboot Timeline. Fan Films, Never Hike Alone 2017, Friday the 13th Vengeance 2019, Voorhees 2019, The Fall of Camp Blood upcoming. So that's a new one that's going to come. Jason Rising. His name was Jason upcoming. Jason Hike in the Snow. Never Hike Alone. Never Hike Again. Never Hike Alone 3. That's 2. Never Hike Alone 2. Never Hike Alone 3. Jason Takes Crystal Lake. Never Hike Alone 4. The Final Hike. Novels. Books give a lot of description of things over movies. Movies, yeah. Friday the 13th, Part 3, 1982. Friday the 13th, Part 4, Jason Lives, 1986. Friday the 13th, 1987, Flashback. And hallucinations only. Friday the 13th, Part 2, 1988. These are the novels. Friday the 13th, Part 3, 1988. Friday the 13th, Mother's Day, 1994. Friday the 13th, Jason's Curse, 1994. Friday the 13th, Carnival, 1994. Friday the 13th, Road Trip, 1994. Freddy vs. Jason, 2003. Jason X, 2005. Jason X, The Experiment, 2005. Jason X, Planet of the Beast, 2005. Friday the 13th, Church of the Divine Psychopath, 2005. Friday the 13th, Hell Lake, 2005. Friday the 13th, Hate, Kill, Repeat, 2005. Jason X, Death Moon, you guessed it, 2005. Friday the 13th, Jason Strain, 2006. Jason X, The Third Power, 2006. Friday 13th, Carnival of Monix, 2006. Yeah, chat has some interesting comments. So, Amanda says, Rebel, I remember when he did that. She can't remember which movie I saw that in. She has to watch. She has watched it and see it, though. She hasn't seen all of them. Wow. Really makes you feel, when these things come out, a long time ago, right? And then she says, Get Out. I didn't know they were books. She wants to read those now. Yeah, like with Star Wars, which I'm very interested in Star Wars. They have books and fan fictions. That's how I knew, like this would be very interesting to go over the movies, like what the title of the video says. Like I explained the Ghouls. I talked about news and stuff. Now it's about the movies. And yeah, so I'll also say there's comics. I'm about to read the comics. Jason Goes to Hell, The Final Friday, 1993. Satan 6, 1993. Jason vs. Leatherface, 1995. Wow, that's interesting. We were just talking about him. Friday the 13th Special, 2005. Friday the 13th Bloodbath, 2005. Jason X Special, 2005. Friday the 13th Jason vs. Jason X, 2006. Friday 13th, Fear Book, 2006. Friday the 13th, 2006. Friday the 13th, Pamela's Tale, 2007, flashbacks only. Friday the 13th, How I Spent My Summer Vacation, 2007. Friday the 13th, Jason vs. Ash, 2007. Friday the 13th, Bad Land, 2008. Friday the 13th, Abuser and Abused, 2008. Freddy vs. Jason vs. Ash, The Nightmare Warriors, 2009. And as I said before, Friday the 13th, 1989, and Mortal Kombat 2015, Friday the 13th, Game 2017. And Amanda says, Alien, someone is arguing with her on a video saying New Orleans has better food than Chicago. I know they have amazing food, but Chicago has a lot of selection of amazing food. Yeah, you see, I have never tried food in Chicago. I didn't even know they had food. I think with New Orleans, it has a lot of unique like seafood and stuff, and it's from places all over the world in New Orleans. I have not tried both of them, but I will say that New Orleans has a wide variety of different places, and it's very unique. But as I said, I'm ignorant about food in Chicago, but they're either both the same, not one is better than the other, or they're like very close. I don't know. I'd be glad, Amanda, if you would say in the chat, list some food from Chicago. Probably pizza would be one, but I'd like you to say some food from Chicago in the chat if you'd like. But that's sounds like a very a wonder of the universe about which food is better. It's all an opinion. But I would like to try some Chicago food. Chicago's a cool place. Some of my relatives used to go to Chicago sometimes, back in the old days. That's a nice place. List of confirmed victims of Jason Voorhees. Friday the 13th, Part 2. Alice Hardy. Stabbed with an ice pick. Ralph. Garroted with a barbed wire. Deputy Winslow, hammer claw and head. Scott Cheney, throat slit with machete. Terry McCarthy, killed off camera. Mark, face slash with machete. Jeffrey Dunsbury, impaled with a spear. Sandra Dyer, impaled with a spear. Victoria Perry, stabbed with a knife. Paul Hoot, dismembered. Friday the 13th, Part 3. Harold Hockett, hatched with a meat cleaver. Edna Hockett, head stab with knitting needle. Fox, impaled with the throat with a pitchfork. Loco, impaled with a pitchfork. Vera Snatches, shot in the eye with a spear gun. Andy Bemerti, chopped in half with a machete. Deborah Clean, stabbed with a knife. Andy's and Debbie's unborn child, killed when Deborah dies. Sheldon Finkelstein, throat slit. Charles Garth, electrocuted by a fuse box. Chili, stabbed with a fire iron. Rick, Bambi, skull crushed. Ali, hacked with a machete. Friday the 13th, the final chapter. Connor Axel Burns, throat slit with hacksaw and neck stapled. Roberta Morgan, gutted with a scalpel. Unnamed hitchhiker, neck impaled with a knife. Samantha Lane, impaled with a machete. Paul Guthrie, impaled with a spear gun. Terry Moore, impaled with a pitchfork. Trace Travis, killed off camera. Jim Mortimer, hand-picked a corkscrew and cleaved the face with the cleaver. Tina Moore, thrown in a car from a window. Ted Cooper, stabbed in the head with a knife. Doug Bell, head crushed. Sarah Parkington, hit in the chest with a double-sided axe. Rob Deere, hacked with a garden claw. And Amanda says, tavern-style crust is good. Grios Thailand, Thai, Indian, Chinese, Mexican. It's all great. That's awesome, Amanda. They have anything and everything food here in Vegas. She hates it. Miami, New Orleans, and Georgia all have better food than here, than where she is in Vegas. Well, yeah, because it sounds like I've heard the food sucks where you are, Amanda, and also I think that basically it makes sense that this fighting about who has better food. It's like whatever. Like it could go back all day, and I will be interested to try Chicago food at some point. As I said, one of my great uncles used to go there for different things, and yeah, I'd be interested to go there. Hello, Super D. Nice to have you here in chat. Welcome. Friday the 13th, Part 6. Jason Lives. Alan Hollis. Heart ripped out. Darren Ribinson. Impaled with fence post. Elizabeth Mott. Impaled with fence post. Bert. Thrown at a tree. Stain. Decapitated with a machete. Katie. Decapitated with a machete. Larry. Decapitated with a machete. Roy. Dismembered off camera. He was found after Martin. Martin. Stabbed with broken glass. Stephen Halavex. Stabbed with a machete. Annette. Stabbed with a machete. Nicole Parsley. Face smashed against wall. Carter Andrews. Stabbed in the head with hunting knife. Elizabeth Baker. Head twisted. Paulina. Mott. Killed off camera. Officer Thronton. Dart thrown in head. Officer Pappas. Head crushed. Mike Garish. Bent in half. Friday the 13th, Part 7. The New Blood. Jane McDowell. Impaled in the throat with a tent peg. Michael Rogers. Hit in the back with a tent peg. Daniel Carter. Impaled and neck snapped. Judith Williams. Beaten against a tree in a sleeping bag. Russell Bowen. Slashed in face with an axe. Sandra Cassie. Drowned. Meddy Paulson. Throat slit with sickle. Benjamin McNeil. Head crushed. Catherine Patiki. Party horn pushed in left eye. Wow. David Peabody. Stabbed with a knife. Edward Macario. Heated in neck. Robin Peterson. Thrown out a window. Amanda Shepard. Stabbed with a brush axe. Cruz dismembered. Disemboweled with a tree trimming saw. Melissa Power. Hit in the head with an axe. Yeah, there you go, Rebel. They just talked about the sleeping bag. It's Friday 13th, Part 7, The New Blood. Yeah, exactly. That's how Amanda goes. Yeah. When I was reading that, I'm like, oh, there goes Amanda. Friday the 13th, Part 8, Jason Takes Manhattan. Jim Miller shot with a spear gun. Susanna Donaldson stabbed with a spear. Jessica Jarrett head bashed with her own guitar. Unarmed boxer chest beaten open with a sauna rock. Tamara, Mason stabbed with glass shard. Jim Carrison harpooned 3 times. Robertson, throat slit with a machete. Ava Wantable, strangled to death. Wayne Weber, thrown into control panel and zapped to death. Miles Wolfe, thrown and impaled on a radio antenna. Unnamed deckhand, hit in the back with an axe off screen. Holmes, stabbed with a syringe. Jojo, head bashed against a pipe. Julius Gall, decapitated with 1 punch in the head. Unnamed officer killed off camera. Charles McCulk, drowned in sewage. A named Salton worker, head bashed and wrench. And I'm being a bogus alien. And also Super D says the sleeping bag kill is probably the most iconic one. They even gave it as a fatality in Jason in Mortal Kombat. Oh, I didn't know that, Super D. Next. Yeah, Super D is an encyclopedia. Yeah, shout out to him. This whole chat's a library of people. We're all libraries. Between Jason, Manhattan, and the Final Friday. Crington Dukes, killed by unknown causes. Jason goes to hell in the Final Friday. Eric Pope, stabbed in the head with an autopsy probe. Guard 1 killed off camera. Guard 2 killed off camera. Alexis Peterson slashed with a scalpel. Deborah Caldwell impaled and ripped in half with a spear. Luke McCabe killed off camera. Edina, head slammed in car door. Connor Phil, he is possessed by Jason Voorhees' heart and goes on a rampage, kills 7 people. He possesses Deputy and Joss melts away off camera. Diana Kimball, knife thrown back. Unnamed man in a bathroom killed off camera in a deleted scene. Vicky's boyfriend killed off camera in deleted scene. Deputy Josh, he is possessed by Jason and Phil's body. After Jason switched bodies with Robert Campbell, Josh gruesomely melts. Officer Ryan, head bashed into a locker. Officer Brian, head bashed into Mark's. Officer Mark, head bashed into Brian's. Ward B, arm ripped broken, thrown against the diner door. Diner patron, slammed onto diner counter. Joey B, jaw bashed in. Shelby B, drowned in deep fryer. Vicky, stabbed with metal rod, face crushed. Robert Campbell, he is possessed as a new host, and Jason Voorhees. After Josh dies, he kills B. People melts away in Jason's possessions. Randy Parker. Randy Parker, he is possessed by Jason Voorhees and assaults Jessica Kimball, forcing Steven to slit throat with a machete. Yeah, the deep frying kill must be horrible. I agree. And also Super D, it's because Kane Hodder, the most famous Jason actor, played Jason for the first time in Part 7, and the sleeping bag is his own favorite Jason kill, so always bring it up. Probably helped. Yeah, thanks for telling us, Super D. Freddy vs. Jason. Terry Cooper, impaled 10 times with a machete and folded in half by the bed. Mr. Mueller decapitated off camera. Blake Mueller slashed with machete off screen. Gibbs Smith stabbed with pipe. Frizzle stabbed and thrown away with pipe. Shaq's unnamed friend, head twisted. Shaq flaming machete, thrown through back. Unnamed Raver, slash with a machete. Unnamed Raver, slash with a machete. Unnamed Raver 3, slash with a machete. Unnamed Raver 4, slash with a machete. Unnamed Raver 5, slash with a machete. Unnamed Raver 6, slashed with a machete. Stayford, crushed under the door of a camera. Deputy Scott Stubbs, electrocuted with a control panel. Bill Freeberg, he is slashed in half by Jason while possessed by Freddy. Charlie Lenderman, thrown and impaled on the bracket, later bleeds out. Cale Watterson, slashed with a machete and slammed into a tree. Freddy Cougar, he is beaten by Jason and impaled by his own arm. Laurie Campbell then finishes Freddy with Jason's machete. And Super D says, not the wrestler. The wrestler Kane also starred in a slasher film called See No Evil. Through his real name is Glenn Jacobs, and now he works for the Republic of the Nail. Well, I could see the whole thing if I do this. Works as a Republican mayor. Alright, thanks. Jason X. Private Samuel Johnson, killed off camera. Guard 1. Skull bashed with machine gun. Guard 2. Choked, used as a shield and thrown to the ground. Guard 3, choked and neck snapped by chain. Guard 4, hit in the head with a nose pole. Dr. Alias Wimmer, impaled with nose pole. Sergeant Marcus, thrown at door. Adrian Thomas, face frozen with liquid nitrogen, head smashed against table. Stoner Zachary, stabbed with a surgical tool. Azrael, Ben Ripple, back broken. Dallas, head bashed against wall. Sven, neck snapped. Ken, Clean, punched into a large drill. gecko, throat slit off camera. Kicker, slashed in half with a surgical tool off camera. Briggs, impaled on large Chandler off camera. Lou Goddard, hacked apart with surgical tool off camera. Professor Braithwaite Lowy, decapitated and hacked apart by a machete off camera. Trevor Crutchfield, bashed and electrocuted against a panel. Kira Cooper, the fear of Jason's onslaught and pressure caused her to accidentally ram her shuttle into the ship. Waylander, he sacrifices himself in an explosion to stop Jason. Janicia, Zachary, she is sucked into space through a hole Jason made. Sergeant Elijah Brodsky, he has suffocated himself, destroyed Jason on Earth's 2 atmosphere. Dream victims. Neil, stomach impaled with a machete. Les, neck impaled with a screwdriver. Friday 13th, a new beginning. Freddy vs. Jason. Heather impaled to tree with a machete. Dead boy on a tree, killed presumably by hanging something shovel into the skull eye. Dead girl on tree, throat slit. All right, we're done the article, chat. That was a nice read. All right, we'll just land right here. Tennessee's nice. All right. So Amanda asks a very good question. She says, "When did you make my channel? When did I make my channel, and how long ago?" All right. So a long time ago, it was on the old computer in the downstairs area, like over there, and it was, I'd say, around 2010, 2011 or something. I can get the information right now. I'll tell you the date I started. I think it was 2010 or something like that. Okay. And I'm going to go to the channel. And I'll get this information. And right now, my channel. I'll tell you the exact date. Alright. I joined April 27, 2010. It's about to be over soon, Rebel. So you're not going to miss anything, but thank you for coming, Rebel, and I enjoyed this. I enjoyed reading this. You're welcome, Rebel. I like reading this. See you soon, Rebel. God bless you. Have a good night. Thank you, Amanda. I do think that will be true. Yes, I agree. So basically, I started in 2010, and I originally did the channel with my DSi, and I would put up videos about me playing my game. And the channel used to be called Hansel Cat. That's my name. And also, I would have that there, and I did that for a couple of years, kind of like vlogging. And then I stopped doing YouTube for many years, and then I saw one of my YouTube videos called, something with the alien sound effects was getting popular, and basically when it was getting popular, it got 8,000 views, so I was going to continue to do this thing with the alien sound effects. So I made another one in 2017, and my friend from school, I haven't talked to him in a while, but he and I used to talk about aliens at school and conspiracy theories, politics, things that we all talk about here. And that is another part, and I made the sound effects from my computer, and I did this other one called Sound Effects of the Grey's Most Fascinating Aliens, but it was originally called Alien Spaceship Sound Effects. So I renamed my channel after that sound effect. Briefly, I did some commentary on some YouTube drama. It was called Skater Gamer. Then it became Alien Spaceship Sound Effects. Named after that song because it got, thousands of views. Tens of thousands of views. And now it's going to 30,000 views, the song, the track. So the channel went through different phases, and I'll still do the gaming stuff, and I do the pirate game, but I'll do the Mario games and stuff. I'll bring that back. And I still do the commentary with some political things and stuff, and a variety of different topics. So that's how I got into it. I use the alien stuff, people want to know about that, and the Nibiru Planet 10, and we talk about the vampires or the supernatural stuff. And I just kind of brought that into the channel, and I ran ads for different things. So that's one way I got people to the channel. I went on different podcasts, and people found me different ways, and also through friends like Latina. So that's what I did. It was about sound effects, the alien stuff later. Before that, it was about games and commentary on YouTube stuff. Oh yeah, man, they're right on. And the way, in the beginning, it had a few subscribers, and the people stayed from the original one. It was, then I started going to podcasts and things. The subscribers started increasing, and then I ran the ads here and there, and I did these really serious ad campaigns I brought hundreds to the channel, and thousands saw it, and then I stopped the ads when I was doing something with the family, and then I brought some of the ads back a little bit here and there, and I've gotten some more numbers come up. Also the shorts and things, so people saw the channel through different avenues, many different avenues. And thank you, Amanda, for the shout out about the channel, about the 14-year anniversary. That's an idea. We could have a party for that one, yeah. And also, it's extremely interesting. Yes, the channel is very interesting. Thank you. And more is to come. And I like how I got people all over the planet to the channel. And I started, when I was a kid, and I left it and I went back to it. I want to do something really quick with this video. Let's see, we'll put this. Okay, Amanda, I'll send you a video on how to do ads on YouTube. I'll do that for you. It's very easy. And also, it's a really cool thing. And no, I'll show it's like a tutorial video. I'll show you, I'll send it to you. You could learn how to do it. It's from Google Ads. Yeah. And also, Super D, we were talking before about like the silver and the coins and stuff. Yeah, I think, as I said, I always like stacking coins and stuff. And I do think gold as well and silver, are very important. And I don't want to like say like gold isn't important when it is, and like the silver is important too. I just yeah, like they both are very important because I like how like you could have it and not like you could be independent of the what's going on. So yeah, that's pretty cool. Like we were talking about before, because the prices of things are going up in America. Probably the whole world, I suppose. But over in America, a lot of people are panic buying silver and things because of the events that are occurring. Let's see. Go to aliens. That's not what I meant to do. That's not what I meant to do. Let's go to Google. Let's have some overlay here. Alright, so Amanda, so basically with Bubbles, he's doing good. Bubbles likes to chase his own tail sometimes, and he growls and gets angry, and we get kind of concerned for him. But Bubbles is doing fine. And also, we'll put up some cat pictures. Pretty cats. Yeah, Bubbles is a white cat, and his mother is a long-haired white cat. Yeah, so basically, yeah, so Bubbles is doing good. He's just been having, like, he just likes to chase his tail, but he's been doing good. He's been healthy. And all the other cats are doing well, too. And Super D says the thing with silver, it has much more volume. It sounds like a. I don't know that word. Rudimentary. I've not heard that before. Complaint. But if you want to hide it or are running low on space, you can store much more value in gold in a light space. Yeah, Super D, I agree. Like, you can store like a couple $100 in like a tiny little gold coin. Yeah, that's a good point. Thanks for pointing that out. Yeah, man, you can take your time with it, and that's good. You'll get it the right time, and basically like with like the silver, like it's going up, and the other things are going up too. Because I was thinking like you could these coins, like I'll put up on the screen. Now, these are some cute cats. So okay, so this is how it works. Before I get into the precious metals, so basically we have a lot of older cats that passed away, and I buried them in the backyard. But basically, with the cats, there's one in here, and outside we have two, Sparkles and Bubbles, his brother. In the cat enclosure, there are I'm thinking a moment. There's like 7 in the cat enclosure, and my grandma has one upstairs called Sylvester, and he likes to my grandma likes to try to bite my grandma, and he kind of gets out of hand sometimes, but he's a very sweet fat cat. So there's 2 outdoor cats because a lot of the older cats passed away, and most all of them are inside. This one looks like Bubbles. All right, so like gold, let's say. So these are some of like the gold coins, and let's say the fractional gold coins. All right, so rudimentary means as much as primitive, simple, or crude. Sorry the confusion. I normally use the first word that pops in my head, and it is mine. Well, Super D, I like learning new words. I'm learning as I go along in my life, so I'm thankful that you did say the word. I'm glad I learned a new word. Thank you. And these are like small gold coins. They have these different sizes and stuff. And also with silver, the thing about silver. Well, first I'm going to answer silver coin. So basically, to answer Amanda's question, what does my grandma's kitty look like? So, okay, so Sylvester is a white and black cat. That's what he is. And also, the thing I like about silver is that it's used in, like gold, it's used in a lot of things with, like, solar panels, things with, green energy and technology and stuff. It's used in a lot of things, and industrial things, industrial stuff, like gold is as well. And there's a lot of analysis on silver as well because it's another precious metal that perhaps, in my opinion, could be overlooked. And it's been used with gold, both of them, in conjunction, for thousands of years by the Romans and different people as currency. It's always won. Both of them. And gold is going up very high. And I like collecting the different coins and stuff. Oh, that's cool, Amanda. That's cool, Amanda. And also, I was like taught, from a young age about collecting the stuff, the coins and things. Also, Amanda. And also with, so let's say with silver, some of us think that it could go up in value because of its use, and it's undervalued at some point in the future. And basically, like gold also went up. And I think that, like, some gold is used in phones, and it's used in jewelry, and like what Super D pointed out, it's used in like fillings and teeth. And also silver is used, like I said before, in a lot of industrial stuff. And there might be a point where they may not have enough silver to do what they want to do. Like, they want us all to go green, but there might not be enough silver to go green, which would cause the price to go up. And China holds a lot of silver, from what I heard. Ava says hello. Well, Amanda, good morning to her. And hello to her. And yeah, these are different types of bars and coins and stuff they have. Things I like collecting. And anything like tied to the dollar, from things I was researching, may not be good to hold forever, like things that are tied to the dollar. And when you have these things that are not tied to the dollar and things that people have used for generations, it's better than the latter. Oh, because, Amanda, the reason why we would run out of silver is because there's a lot of silver is dumped in landfills, and silver is just, wasted away, like it's thrown out, when gold is like recycled a lot, like all the time. Like, gold is recycled, gold is in jewelry, gold is the thing everyone like looks at, but silver's thrown away everywhere. And and the thing with the Green New Deal and all the things that they need silver for is going to be at such a larger quantity, there's no silver being recycled. So the scarcity of the silver, in my opinion, would cause it to go up in value, because it has a lot of industrial uses. That it's undervalued. That it's really worth way, way more than the price is right now. But there's all kinds of different manipulations and things, and people don't like realize the point of its value, and that's why right now it's going up a little bit more, because of the economic situation in America, because everything is collapsing because of the war that just broke out. And as I said, I don't want to completely neglect gold. That's something a silver stackers, I like gold too, but the silver stackers get carried away. But yeah, gold's important too. It's still important. But people forget about silver, though. That's the thing. But gold's great too. I like gold too. I like the coins. It's so cool to have the different coins and stuff. Exactly, Super D. Exactly. And gold has been used for thousands of years. Gold and silver. It was used as a currency by everybody. I think you can melt any precious metal. Can be melted. Yeah, silver can be melted, and it's any type of metal. Good night, Latina. Adios. And so silver can be melted. It's just that people aren't melting and saving silver because they don't see the importance of it. But silver can be melted. My Some of my ancestors in Germany did things with blacksmithing. So basically any metal could be melted and made into something else. Yes, and I like things with metals. Yeah, facts. Exactly. Super D. Good point. Silver is massively overlooked, which is good because you won't see speculative price hikes as with gold when the economy belly flops. Right. Exactly. Yeah, that's very well said. And I know it's good to buy things low and sell high. That's another thing. Which I'm not saying to sell silver. So people, another misconception about silver, that brings up another thing. People I was talking to one of my friends and they want to buy silver to sell it, but it's good to have silver to just get it to retain value of your wealth. And that's not really what I'm doing and other stackers are doing. It's not about getting buying it and reselling it. It's just hold your wealth into something. Like a bank will have gold in a safe somewhere. It's kind of like that. But it's your own bank. It's not held by somebody else. Cuz the dollar the dollar is a joke. It's dying. It's it lost 98 the dollar has lost 98% of its power. You used to be able to buy a nice cool car for $300. A movie used to cost 4 cents. I mean, it's crazy. Silver is best to buy in these 1 ounce gold coins, or you could buy bars. The thing about the bigger bars, it'll be hard to store it. With these little 1 ounce coins, you would be able to keep it and keep it somewhere or wherever. I showed this before. This is a small little silver bar I have. Right. Exactly, Super D. I was trying to explain to my friend about silver, and it's they were they want to sell it for profit, but that's not how it works. This is 1 ounce bar of silver. And this story about this silver is very interesting because they have different themes of silver. I don't know if y'all could see it. This is a Morgan silver bar, and it's based off of the people that went over to Nevada to mine for silver and gold, and this was based off of that event. And a 1 ounce of silver is $20 or so. $27, $30. There's a premium. It's called a premium. So there's some extra money you would pay to bring the money in. It's extra. It's extra. Pay a little extra to get it, a premium. A lot of these cost $20, $30. And also there are different YouTubers and stuff, Amanda, that talk about silver. I'll send you. And I've heard about on YouTube, there's this YouTuber I watch called Silver Slayer, and he brings up this guy on his show called Miles Franklin that deals in silver. There's him, and like if like say you mentioned that Silver Slayer sent you, they would. I have not bought silver from Miles Franklin yet, but that is one of the people that say like he'll say like just hey Silver Slayer sent you in an email to the guy. So that's a guy I haven't used him yet, but he seems really cool, and I've learned a lot of my stuff from them. And also there's APMEX, because Amanda, you got to be careful buying silver because there's a lot of scammers and BS people out there. And so APMEX is where I've bought my silver from. And APMEX has like a portfolio where you can see all the silver that you bought. And I have bought 5 ounces from them. And like the coin, the face value of the coins will like go up in value because they'll increase their price in the silver. I've also used Government Mint. That's where I got this one from. Government Mint. So those are just some different options. But the Miles Franklin guy seems pretty cool. I just haven't gotten around to buy from him yet. And I'll send you the video for that and also for the Google ads. All right. Super D says silver coin. He says he has silver coins were used by the Bank of Canada. They technically still have normal value of 100 Canadian dollars each, but the material is much more viable by now. That's really cool, and that's awesome, Super D. That's cool. Yeah, it's good to hold it for a long period of time. Exactly. Yeah. And also, basically, with the silver, the different coins have different, values to them and stuff. And also, these American coins, these old U.S. coins are really cool. Like these. And yeah, so these are some old American coins. And Amanda, some states allow precious metals as legal tender. This is fractional silver. And also, yeah, these are like mini ones. Like, I wouldn't buy from Amazon or like eBay. Don't buy from them. Yeah, Super D made a good point I may have not have mentioned. The thing is that the price going up means that the actual currency is losing value through inflation. With a sound currency, the price would be stable. So basically what Super D is saying is that the more dollars are printed, the more dollars are printed, the less valuable the dollar becomes. So the precious metals go up in value. And also, basically, with the dollar, it's dying. And like in Germany, and there's something called the Weimar Republic, and they had crazy hyperinflation, and nobody could afford anything, and it was a crazy situation. And I think it was the mark. It was called the marks, their currency at the time. It was not valuable at all. So when you have situations like that, paper currency doesn't matter. You see, with these kind of currencies, it holds a value. So yeah, Amanda, so say if you had, I'm being hypothetical here, if you had like some these fractional coins or 1 ounce coins or gold, you would use that in some hypothetical situation maybe to exchange for this or that for goods. But I think also a way in exchange would be through, there's other ways of exchanging like food and resources, like trade they did. And also, through these little coins I think would also be a good idea too. And the 1 ounce silver, say that you could trade it in for dollars. It's really to preserve your wealth and preserve it as a hedge against inflation. Like people think about buying it and selling it. The Deutschmark. Thanks, Super D. Thanks. So that's basically the thing with silver, that in a hypothetical situation, if the currency changed, the silver, like you exchange that instead of like a dollar. Yeah, and also Amanda says, "Oh, just from the precious metals, right? Not the actual value of the money it stands for." So basically, the thing with inflation is like you print a bunch of money, and the value of the dollar goes down because there's so much of them. And the thing with 1 ounce of silver, it'll say like you'll buy it for 20, 30, $40. The premiums don't really matter because you're preserving your wealth in something. And also, 1 ounce of silver is like worth $20. So you could go into a coin shop and get $20 back. Or you could sell it for your own premium, but it's not really for selling it. It's just like keeping your wealth as a hedge of protection against the inflation of the dollar. So right, the precious metals, Amanda. And Super D makes a good point, and how they called it the paper mark, because they only had paper money, making hyperinflation even easier. Yeah, because when you printed a bunch of money in Germany, it was ridiculous, and they had World War One, and then they had to pay war reparations, and made things even worse. So a lot of people were not happy. Kind of like in America, you have situations like that. And this is 1 ounce silver. You could have 1 ounce silver bar. You can have 1 ounce silver coin. And also, what is advised for new stackers, Amanda, is to buy generic rounds like this. It's called the Buffalo. This is, or the Eagle, or not the Eagle, what's it called? It's the Buffalo. Or the Morgan. They're much cheaper, and you could stack a bunch of 1 ounces of silver. You have 1 ounce of silver, and these are lower premiums. So this coin, the Buffalo coin, and the Morgan coin are much cheaper to buy. So that's the Buffalo, and you have the Eagle. I mean the Morgan. And this is another one, the Morgan. These are lower premiums. So a premium is like what you're going to pay for the silver. So remember, man, to be aware of fake ones. There's a lot of fakes. So use, like, if you want to, like, go to AppMex or the other videos I'll send you later, you could go to that. All right. So, and say this one will have a higher premium. So
So say this coin will have a much higher premium. So these coins would have a much higher premium than the other coins. Like King Charles, this is like the British version, or we'll say the American version is the Silver Eagle. This is the American coin. So this one is another one that would be legal tender in America or Britain. You know, so these are the kind of so these are like bigger bars. You know, they get bigger and bigger. You know, it'd be hard to store something like this. As I said, don't buy from eBay or something like that because there's a lot of fakes. Yeah, this is like a 10 ounce of silver. And also, they like to have pandas. Oh yeah, man, you can get any kind you want, like the Willy Wonka one. You know, I'm just showing you some like ones a lot of people like to get. Yeah, these are like the panda coins, the kind of like the ones in China. People like to collect those. And you have the ones where, yeah, say Willy Wonka. Yeah, that's funny. You have like, say, let's say they have a Jason one. That's a cool thing I saw by mistake, but that's not what I meant. Jason, no, let's say Star Wars. So they have like Star Wars ones, and they even have like one with the Queen on it with Darth Vader. Interesting. So you have like these kind of coins, and also you get coins a couple of years, like from a couple of years ago. That's another one that's cool to get. And I like when I order the silver and it like comes in. It's really cool. It's nice to unpackage it and all. Yeah, you got the Trump one right here. All right, so these you know you get anything you want, like all kinds of characters, and also they have coins about like. Yeah, you could get all kinds of things. Like they'll have coins about, say, the Queen of England or the American presidents, different countries like Mexico. You know, they have all kinds of different things. One coin that I got, remember, it was like it had to do with the Pirates of the Caribbean. And they have pirate coins. Oh yeah, the alien one. Let's see. Oh, yeah, here we go. Yes, they do. These are the alien coins. Okay. Yeah, they are. Yes, they are, Amanda. You know, a lot of people like I'm 25 and it's like I'm glad that at my age I know about these things. I'm not just like doing stupid things. You know, I'm glad that I learned about this at a young age. And so yeah, they have all kinds of different coins and things. Let's see about New Orleans. Now that was interesting when I just did New Orleans Alien. Yeah, it was interesting. But so those are pretty cool. I like that. I want to see more specifically a Florida Lee coin. All right, so this is the symbol of France in New Orleans. To have coins like that, it's pretty cool. Oh, you know what they also have? They also have coins from ancient Rome. I was talking earlier about the Atmex. That's the place. eBay, I wouldn't trust eBay. All right. Yeah, right on, Amanda. Right on. And thank you, Amanda, for the compliment. Yeah, so these are like some Roman coins. You know, these are the collections. And I like studying about banks and stuff. It's something I'm always interested in. And I. And basically, with these coins, you have like a lot of things from ancient Rome, and the people used to collect them, and I like them too. And Amanda, very good question. You see, the thing with eBay, it's like I don't think they regulate it if it's fake or not, or they know how to tell that. Yeah, what Super D said, they don't really care. You see, people like Atmex or Miles Franklin, these different, or Government Mint, those are three I know of. They are licensed and they get the silver and it's legitimate from the right source. So you want somebody that has it from a trusted source. like somebody that's like a trustworthy group of people to go to. So that's why you want people that from like these coin dealers, these bullion dealers. I may not be pronouncing that right, and to sell it from a legitimate source. Like say if you're gonna buy Jordans or Nike or something, or some kind of or Beats, you want to buy it from the legitimate source. The legitimate source. And that other shoe, forgot what it's called. I should know this. Addies, the German one. You want to make sure that you get it from the proper source. Like there's people that make fake shoes. Like I want to go buy some Addies or some Beats, and it's fake. It's like, you know. So that's why it's good to buy it from the legitimate source. So you could buy the real Addies and real Beats. Or whatever. Exactly. Exactly. They don't really care. Like eBay doesn't care. They care about making money. And exactly. Thank you, Super D, for making my point clear. And thank you, Amanda, for the compliment. And that you understand the point. I'm glad that I helped you. We helped you understand that. I'm probably not pronouncing that right, Amanda. It's this like I think German shoes. I don't know how it's pronounced. Shoe, right? These. I probably pronounced it wrong. Okay, I pronounced it completely wrong. Yeah. I must have forgotten how it was spelled. Adidas. Yeah, so these shoes, I pronounced it wrong because I forgot what it was called. Yeah, these shoes, like if you could buy these shoes. Yes. Yes. Thanks, Super D. Adodas. And also, basically, we have, you know, these shoes. You could buy a fake version of these shoes. And but you want the real version of these shoes. So it's the same thing with silver. You want silver that is real and not fake, because there's a lot of fake silver out there. Adidas. Yeah, Super D. Because I know a lot of people in Eastern Europe like that brand, and thanks for shining light with the history about it. Yeah, it's cool shoes. Cool shoes. And so yeah, so that's basically because when you have because there's so many like designer clothing and purses and stuff, and you know people want to sell fakes for money. So that's why, Amanda, we warn you to not buy fake silver from eBay. Yeah, because with silver stackers and stackers in general, that's why they buy it from legitimate sources. Because there's a lot of people that just want to do fake things. So that's why like silver, it's a good hedge against inflation. Like banks have gold in vaults. It's like you can hold and control the money and keep it out the hands of the feds. Oh, Super D, that's right. I don't think I knew something about that, but I didn't quite remember. Thanks for that. That's interesting. Yeah, because the brand Puma was founded by the rival brother of the Adidas founder, Rudolf Dasser. Yeah, that's cool. I'm glad to know the history about it. Remember, there was a camp counselor who had the Pumas on. And also, let's see if I have it over here. It's buried somewhere. So Amanda, I have magazines sent to me sometimes by the different mints and stuff. So I've gotten catalogs, and back in the old days before the internet, they used to order things through catalogs. So he would have ordered through the internet in the modern age. So yeah, but they still give out the catalogs, the coin companies. Yes, yeah. I have a special. I like. I have my own way of pronouncing things. Yeah. All right. So yeah, these are different silver bars and things. Like this is the 1 ounce. And this has the American flag on it. It's pretty cool. Oh, really, Super D. So Super D says some neo Nazis actually love to wear Puma because Rudolf Dasse he had them and was an avid Nazi, and people associate Adidas with the USSR. Oh, okay. I know. Okay, yeah. Okay, I'm glad to know that now. Let's see Puma. Well, what I meant to say was Puma shoes. So these are like Puma shoes. You know, like with saving money, these shoe like with people like want to buy these shoes is fine to buy, but it's like they are kind of like save and invest money is the best thing. Nothing wrong with treating yourself to something, but like it's also good to not like buy things that are not necessary. There's all kinds of I saw memes Super D about the Adidas. Like it was a meme about like Wojak. Yeah, like this character Wojak, and like he always has Adidas, and because I remember these, and that's where I understood it was like an Eastern European thing. I remember I would see Eastern European like memes, and it's like they have an Adidas AK-47, they have Adidas everything. And I'm like, that must be an Eastern European thing. Exactly, Super D. Like my grandpa, he's always like real conservative with his money, and I'm like that too. And it's like, I wouldn't spend a bunch of money on that either. It's like just wear regular shoes. There's so many Adidas Gopnik memes. Gopnik memes. Adidas. Yeah, remember when I said that? Adidas. And let's see what he's talking about. Yeah, this is what I was talking about. This is exactly what I saw, chat. It's like this people got themselves a AK-47. They got themselves some tea. They got themselves some shoes. I mean, all right, Amanda. All right. Super D. The suit, the car, the pose, the smokes. And this is the starter pack. And he always squat. And basically, yeah, this is their starter pack, how to do it. And you got this car. And then you got them squatting. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Yeah, that's what they do. As I said, I don't know. I just was looking up Russian memes or something, and I found this, and I'm like, that's interesting. Yeah, look at that dude. It's like Wojak. Oh, this one's hysterical. Okay, Super D, I didn't know that. That makes sense. He says that the squatting pose comes from the prison culture. When you squat, you're away from the cold ground. Wow. Yeah, that makes sense. And it shows like a giant robot, and it's squatting from the and talking to a human. Yeah, these people and they just stays chilling, and you got this dude chilling. It says me and Adidas trying Gopnik style. Yeah, because yeah, that's what I saw. That's what I saw. And go back to colors. And they got a lot of colors. Yeah, it's the thing with shoes is they wear out. Y'all are right about that. Yeah. Yeah, so they also have the silver car coins too, which is pretty cool. I like them. And yeah, so basically there's a lot of designer clothing and there's a lot of, fake stuff out there. And there's a lot of, different things. Yeah, that was funny about the memes. Yeah, the dog one was real accurate. Yeah. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, so that's just basically, the cool coins. They're fun to collect. They're fun to have. There's a movie, a Christmas movie called It's a Wonderful Life, and it depicts America in another time period, long ago when things were different here. It wasn't woke. It was nice. And then, some people came over here and changed everything. Oh yeah. Yeah. It is Amanda. Okay. Well, and I'll talk about the pirate thing on the next one. But yeah, tonight was really cool. We talked about the gold and silver, and we talked about Jason and some of the news that was going on in the country. It's pretty cool. And I'm glad that the stream went well and that YouTube is fixing its issues. Yeah, that's good. And also, I will be, ending the stream soon. Let y'all know I'm ending the stream soon. We're gonna wrap it up. And I'm thankful that Super Dean, Amanda, that y'all are here, and that all of y'all, came here and we had a cool night talking about different things. And yeah, so yeah, thank you, Amanda. Glad that you enjoyed it. It was so much fun, yeah. And I like our Halloween series we have and talk about the different things and the different spooky stuff, the variety of topics. It's really cool. And also, I'll be publishing a video hopefully tomorrow or soon, or the next day, about some new scary stories that I came up with. Yeah, because I have these new stories that I was working on last night. Yeah, and I'm glad that you liked the Jason. That was a cool one. And Rebel was saying earlier that was his favorite, so I was gonna go and read that one, and I want to learn more about it because the fandom, you can learn a lot of stuff from it. And also, Amanda, I saw the solar eclipse. Oh yeah, I like the topics all year round. I was thinking, yeah, I like the scary topics all year round. I agree. And also, basically, with I saw the solar eclipse, it was kind of dim, and I saw with my welding mask a piece of the sun. Yeah, it was good, Amanda. It didn't turn completely dark, but it got like I saw it with my welding mask, like a piece of it with the sun. It was like on the bottom of the sun, the moon. It was like kind of you know almost there, and it got really dim in the house. It got dark in the house. It got dim outside. It was like a gold color everywhere. It was really interesting. Okay, Amanda, you saw it on video. Okay, that's good. That's good. It's good to watch with a welding mask. And thank you, Amanda, for letting me know about it. Yeah. And I'll mention more movies and things, and I'll see everybody, on the next one. All right, and peace out. Thank you all for coming, and good night, good morning.